is the Big O Show. This 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 is.
There's many ways to support our program, from subscribing and liking the show to visiting our terrific sponsors. Another way is using Cash App. If you would like to donate to the show and help us grow, download Cash App and search Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. We appreciate your support as we continue to build the best sports show on the planet for South Florida sports fans. Support the Big O Show by using Cash App and donate to Cash Big O Show. Thank you for your incredibly loyal support.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Friday, it's a hump day. Yes, sir. Welcome aboard. Time to have a rock and roll time over the next couple of hours. Got a nice long show for you today because we got a bunch of guests. We got our show, obviously. We got our Inside the Paint program, which is going on at the top of the hour between 10 and 11. Ira Winderman, Clay Ferraro will be, of course, talking some hardcore basketball, Heat, NBA. As we get closer to training camp, we're only a couple of weeks away, which is a beautiful thing. Football starts tomorrow. We got our Thursday night game. We get to watch the Cowboys get absolutely trounced by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which I know, it's kind of like listening to Manny Diaz, try to talk you into getting pumped up for a Kane season. And then some of you actually get suckered and you actually think they're going to be a really good team. And some of you are on the kind of drugs and alcohol that convinces you that they can actually compete or even beat Nick Saban, that kind of stuff. Same thing happens with the Cowboys every year. Every year, somebody, couple of idiots, step up to the forefront and say, oh, the Cowboys are going to be special this year and yada, 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 and all that good stuff. And so then we got to go out and watch the Cowboys make asses of themselves like they do every single year. I was glad that they were the team that was on Hard Knocks because you always want a clown show on Hard Knocks. You know what I mean? And sadly, our beloved Dolphins were clown shows back in the day with Joe Philbin picking up, trash from the floor and, he's feeling a little queasy and all that good stuff. So it is what it is. But anyway, so at least we get football tomorrow. And then we're just a couple of days away from the Dolphins kicking the Patriots' ass on Sunday. Remember, we are live on Sunday starting at 2:30 with our pregame show live from Sports Grill in Miami Lakes. And that's at 15462 Northwest 77th Court, 15462 Northwest 77th Court. Hey, the address is on our Twitter page at Big O Show. listen, you follow us at Big O Show and you will find out about everything going on the show, guests, the podcast, news, whatever it is. You will find out on our Twitter page. Although today I will give you a little music nugget that you may not know of, and I will share that with you here on the show later on. We'll talk about it, but I got a really juicy music. I got 2 juicy music nuggets actually to share with you. Like so juicy. It's the kind of, I don't know, maybe breaking news you've never heard anywhere else, that kind of stuff. But anyway, we will talk about that later on the program. But we got a lot of things. We also got to thank all of you out there. We reached 5,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel yesterday, and I appreciate that immensely. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We're building up the subscribers on YouTube. The traffic is building up big time on YouTube now. You know, on our downloads, we were over 50,000 again yesterday. I mean, I can't thank you all. We went over 4 million, and we just crossed 3 million a little while ago. In the last 30 days, we have over 900,000 downloads. We're on pace to go over 1 million in the next 30 days. So I appreciate all of you out there. The support for the show has been just absolutely through the roof, and thank you so much for that. So appreciate the 5K subscribers on YouTube, appreciate the 4 million downloads, and please join us Sunday. If you're not going to the stadium, then come on out, man. Have a cold beer, delicious wings, great burgers, delicious fries, awesome service, TVs everywhere. Plus, we will be doing our pre- and post-game show. So there you go. And we will take your questions also, not just on Twitter at Big O Show, not just on the YouTube, so on the YouTube page. So just in case a lot of you that don't live here and you live out of town, well, then please tune in pre and post, man. We'll carry everything, press conferences, you name it. We will do everything that you will normally get anywhere else, except, of course, you're going to get better coverage of the Dolphins. Our insiders will be a part of it. It'll be all, just Dolphin juicy every Sunday that they play. So please join us for a pre and post game show at Sports Grill, man. Really appreciate all of you out there. That is going to be an awesome time at Sports Grill all year long. And we're there for the first 8 games, remember, in Miami Lakes. We'll be there every week. We were thinking of going Miami Lakes one week and Bird Road another, but I didn't want to confuse people. This way, now, the first couple months, we're at Miami Lakes every game. And then the second half of the season, the last 9 games, we're going to be over at Bird Road for every single game. So that way, everybody knows, what area we're in. And, of course, the Twitter page will tell you everything, too. Okay? So always hit the Twitter. Like, I had a guy on the DM yesterday go, hey, I'm not getting my shows. My iTunes is not uploading. And I go, well, we're loading them. But if he would have just gone to the timeline, he would have seen it right there. And he could have hit the link and everything because we post it every single day. And it's like, people are that this is why we actually cut up the show into segments, into rants and interviews, because people are lazy. Somebody told me, well, why don't you just put one video and then put marks so people can speed through? I go, man, people are lazy. They're not going to do that kind of stuff. In our world, it's about customer service. I like it when I go somewhere. Well, that's our job to kind of provide customer service for people and give and break down the show. So if you only want to hear inside the paint, that's all you'll hear. And if you only wanted to hear a rant that I did on the Panthers, and that's all you'll hear. And then if you only want to hear a rant that I had on Manny Diaz, then you hit that rant, and that's it. That's kind of the way we do it, because not everybody's going to listen to the whole show. You know what I mean? It's just a whole different. It's weird, man. It's like I've learned that as I've done this for the last couple of years on how people listen. And so we got to do things the way that we got to make it as easy as possible for the listener, and that's kind of what we do on our show. So please join us Sundays, Sports Grill, Dolphins, Patriots this Sunday. Gonna be a lot of fun, man. I can't wait to run around Sports Grill high-fiving people after that win, because that's what's going to happen. Once they win, big old high five all over the Sports Grill, and then we start the show. Going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. All right, so we've got the boys at the top of the hour. Got a bunch of things. Marlins ended up losing to the Mutts yesterday, 9-4. 6:40 today again with the Mutts. Dolphins-wise, some news. Vince Beagle was released with an injury settlement. They also released quarterback Jalen Askew. As you all know, there will be no Will Fuller for this game this week versus the Pats. So we will find out. Jakeem Grant is listed as the starter right now. And I got to tell you something. You know, as you all know, if you listen enough and you watch, I'm a Jakeem Grant supporter, right? But I also acknowledge his shortcomings, no pun intended, on as a receiver. I get all of that he has struggled as a receiver. That's why I kind of have a problem with him starting. And I get it. Albert Wilson is coming off an injury. He's injury prone. So I don't know. We'll see. But that's the guy I would rather start right now. I've told you guys this. I love Jakeem, the returner. And I told you this many times over throughout the offseason. The fact that they've loaded up at wide receiver, I love it for Jakeem because I think Jakeem should only be used as a decoy and only used a couple times as a receiver in a game. I think he wears down as the season goes on. That's been the problem the last 2 years, that they've used him so much at wide receiver along with returner that he wears down. And he's broken down too. He's actually suffered some injuries too. And I think that takes a toll on him. I'd rather keep him full-time as a returner. So it'll be interesting to see now. Depth charts mean jack shit. Let's be honest now. When they get into the game, it might be Albert Wilson dominating, which I hope he's in there. And I hope he can stay healthy too, at least this week, because you don't get Will Fuller back till next week. And you need and I think one of the things that's going to be, I think, incredibly important. And it's obviously this is like, I'm not telling you anything that you don't know, but one of the factors that really is a key to this offense now is speed. You know, you added it with Jalen Waddle. You added it with Will Fuller. You have it with Jakeem Grant, and you have it with Albert Wilson. So you need to use that speed to your advantage, to Tua's advantage. He's a quick twitch quarterback. He can make fast decisions, deliver the ball quickly, accurately, precisely, ball placement, all of those things. Timing, he's got that. And it's very important to use that speed. And so when you see the depth chart with Jakeem up first, I would actually tell you, yeah, I don't know if he's really going to get as much playing time as it looks like on the depth chart. I still think that if Albert Wilson shows health this week and practices well, I would imagine Albert Wilson's the guy that's going to get a lot more playing time than Jakeem Grant, and I hope so, because I'd rather keep Jakeem fresh for special teams. And it'll be interesting, too, what happens at the end of a first half if you're trailing? What happens at the end? What happens in the fourth quarter if you're trailing? Will it be always Jakeem, or will you sprinkle in Jalen Waddle at that moment? Remember what I've talked about throughout the offseason, right? Hardeman, Tyreek Hill. Hardeman plays the Jakeem role, your full-time returner, and then Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle plays the Tyreek Hill role that you use him as an occasional returner. That's what Kansas City does. When they need a boost, they bring in the super weapon in Tyreek Hill, and they say, Hardeman, take a seat right now. We're going to use the monster of the midway right now. Let's go with Tyreek, and then Tyreek comes in for a return. That's another thing that I want to see. Will that happen in this game? And my prediction is it will happen. And not because they're trailing or anything. It's not that. It will happen if they're in that position, I'll say. Why? Because you have a coach that wants to win. He doesn't care how he wins. He needs to put the people on the field that help him win. And obviously, Jakeem helps you win on special teams. But Jalen Waddle is a special talent. And obviously a bigger returner, too. So you got a better chance of maybe Jalen breaking an extra tackle or two that maybe Jakeem cannot. You know what I mean? Jakeem is not about breaking tackles. It's about, staying low to the ground and not getting a clean shot on him. And so balance for him is a lot easier because he's smaller and closer to the ground. You know what I mean? But that'll be interesting there in that game if they use Waddle as a secret weapon. And I believe they will. I believe it because that's the MO that the head coach has shown me so far, that if the quarterback's not playing well and he doesn't care if it's Fitz or if it's Rosen or Tua, he's going to try somebody else. If the offensive line coach is not doing the job, he's going to replace that offensive line coach. You know what I mean? This guy does not waste any time with something that isn't working. If it's not working, you move on. You don't try to keep working at it and keep it in place, and it keeps costing you field position, a game, points, whatever it is. That's what I love about Flo, is that he will do whatever it takes to win. And he will go for it on fourth down. I love the fact that we got a coach that actually has some guts. And so that's why don't look too deep into this depth chart and seeing Jakeem start. I think things will change. So we'll see. I can't wait for the game on Sunday. Listen, I have the same feeling that all of you have had now for months, especially after the draft. After this draft, that I thought they had a pretty damn good draft and offseason, and looking at the amount of talent on the team and how right now it's deeper than it's been in a long, long time, and obviously the success that they have continually built on in the first 2 years, that they've gotten better and better and better from the first day they took over to the end of last year. There's been an improvement. So how can you not be excited about hopefully watching the Dolphins take another step forward and improving? I mean, I couldn't be more excited about the Dolphins season, and it all starts at 2:30 Sunday, Sports Grill, Miami Lakes. So make sure you join us out there for some delicious wings, beer, and a big old Dolphin W, which is what's going to end up happening. Steve Chapman, I saw, was number one in the house, as always. David Triana is in. Says, expecting another killer show as usual, Big O. Ready to shut up the haters in 4 days. Amen to that, my friend. Jamie Zorria out in San Jose, California. Good morning, sir. Rich V is in. Manuel Garcia, NorCal. I'm impressed with you California folks out there, you West Coast folks. You're listening, and it is early in the morning, man. Love you all out there. Thank you so much, man. Willie Molina is in, tuned in, working lots of hours, but I can find a crease since it's slow. Thank you, Willie. Appreciate it. Don't forget to smash and dash. Hit that like button, man. Smash that like button. That is so important that you smash the like button. It is the most important thing you'll do, alongside visiting our sponsors, of course. But we really need you to smash the like button. It really helps out the algorithm, and that's the reason why we got to 5,000 subscribers. Let's get to 10,000 subscribers. Let's get to 15. Let's get to 20. Let's build up this group here and give you guys the kind of coverage you need for South Florida sports. Let's see. Steven Gonzalez also in. Nizzle in. GP Trap. John Santos says, are you guys going to watch tonight's soccer game, United States versus Honduras? I'm born in Florida. I have to root for Honduras. My family's from Honduras. I watch all the soccer games. I watch all the U.S. national games. So it's a given that I'm going to watch. I don't know if everybody else is going to watch, but I'm definitely going to watch. And talk about getting psyched. I'm definitely psyched for our U.S. soccer team now. Normally, I've been frustrated with them for many, many years. Now I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Now I'm starting to see that they have real talent now, young guys that really have a future and have a skill set that I have not seen on the U.S. national team. And you think about it, all these kids need is experience, and a lot of them are getting golden experience overseas, playing for a lot of international clubs. So I am so excited. We have finally turned the corner in soccer internationally in this country. I'm not telling you we're ready to compete with Brazil or Argentina or England, but we're ready now to finally dominate this part of the world, okay? Dominate the CONCACAF, dominate Mexico and Honduras and Costa Rica and Jamaica and everybody else in this region, and then start to get to the point where maybe you can start to compete with the big boys in the next 5 to 10 years. But now they are developing the kind of talent where I mean, listen, man, with the resources we are in the country we are, we should be an elite soccer nation, period. And we're not, and it's embarrassing. But now I am watching kids that have a skill set that I have never seen before with the U.S. national team. So, yes, John, I'm extremely pumped up. And I know you're rooting for Honduras. I'll be rooting for the U.S. And I think they'll win like 5-1 today. Sorry. Jeffrey's Corner. Christian Wilkins does not sound too confident in Tua, the wake-up show on ESPN. I don't know what you're talking about. I have to hear it. I have a feeling that you may have misinterpreted something because we're talking about Christian Wilkins. Or maybe he's playing the what's it called? The flow role where he is downplaying everything. Who knows? Maybe that's it. Dennis Ramirez reminds everybody to hit the like button. That's right, Dennis. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Jose Celdron in. Samuel Robina says, my prediction, 24-13 Fins. I love it. R. Carrillo says, buenos dias, Big O. Bobby Hart will be our highest-ranked O-line guy 2020, 872 snaps, 39th, 4 sacks allowed. I don't know. We'll find out. Let's wait till the season plays out. But they did sign Bobby Hart, the St. Thomas kid, and he's been in the league for a long, long time. So it's like the Jabal Shear move. They added a veteran. They added an experienced guy for depth purposes. That's all it is. Nizzle says, where is there an address, location? Oh, you talk about, well, Sports Grill. I already said it. But, dude, you just go to sportsgrill.com and you just hit Miami Lakes. They have 7 locations. There's only one in Miami Lakes. But it's right there off the Palmetto on 154th on the west side. It's in that shopping center where the Publix is. Okay? There's an Outback Steakhouse. There's what else is in there? I'm fat, so I can come up with food places that are in there. Yeah, anyway, that's that's what we fat people do. We use food places as, our spots are where we tell you how to go in directions, our markers. Gus 1388 is in. Martina Davies is in. Sending love from the UK. Martina, we love you out there in the UK. Thank you. From California to the UK. It's a beautiful thing. Wilter Quesada says, Big O saw. Glad you're back doing your thing. Let's go, Fins. Yeah, it's a couple years now, my brother. We've been doing this, but thank you for getting back on the bandwagon with us. I haven't gone anywhere, actually. It's just, if you follow on Twitter, you would have known that I would have done any of the other projects that I was doing, but I haven't gone anywhere. Just because I left QAM doesn't mean it was over or anything like that. All right. I'm not going to let some schmuck at QAM actually dictate what I'm going to do in this business. Raging Dolphin Maniac is in. Jimmy Satterfield is in. Lisa Rose in. Excited and nervous for this week. Can't wait. Take that nervousness out. Just get excited, Lisa. Get ready for a win. We're going to have a great Sunday, and I hope your knee feels better. Anthony Campos is in. What games are you going to be at sports? No, all games, dude. Season. Every Dolphins game. Okay? Whenever the Dolphins are playing on a Sunday or a Thursday or whatever it is this season, we're there 2 hours starting before the game, 2 hours after the game. Okay? You got it? Every game, baby, all season. First half at Miami Lakes, second half at Bird Road. There you go. Let's see. Raging Dolphin Maniac is in. I'm thrilled. They are underestimating us. I'm with you there. I love that. Miami Kid J says, Big O, Albert Wilson and Tua We'll have a great connection, in my opinion. I think Jakeem will be there, but only as a decoy. Jakeem will be busy returning punts and kickoffs. I hope so. I hope that's the case because I don't want to wear him out as a receiver. It's not his strength. Emilio Hernandez is in. Manuel Garcia. Oh, if we lose to New England, we are not what we think we are. Is that too harsh? Yes, it is, because there's 16 other games to go. So I guess you gave up on the team when they were 0-7. Were they that team the first year under Flores? Think about that. Think about if you gave up on them after 7 games, you then missed out on the 5-4 run, and then finishing off in New England, beating the Patriots, and that was a sweet way to end year 1 in a complete rebuild. So, yes, it is overreaction, but hey, man, that's this world. That's the way it goes. Lisa Patterson is in, Zoe Vegas, Larmello Shepard, Derek Sibley. Let's see. Larmello says the most positive information on the fins up. All right, thank you, sir. Let's see. NorCal says thoughts and prayers to Dolphin Nation, Mexico after another major quake in Mexico City. Keep your fins up, amigos. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're having one natural catastrophe after another. We have flash floods going all over the world, whether it's Arizona, whether it's Germany. We have fires all over the world, whether it's Greece, which, Mount Olympus almost was burning down. First place ever where the Olympics took place, almost at risk of burning down. Fortunately, they were able to save it. Whether it's California, we've got droughts everywhere. Our lakes in the West Coast and rivers are drying up. We've got power plants that are being turned off because we don't have enough water. We are in a different time. And not to get too crazy on you guys, but I have a daughter that's 21, and I'm embarrassed of what we've done to this world and what we're going to leave our kids. And what our kids' kids are going to end up getting is even worse. And we've just been so irresponsible in everything, and we're now going to pay a heavy price. And we're watching icebergs the size of Germany peel off at the top of the world and floating right into our oceans, which is the reason why everything is going to rise. It's a scary time, man. It's a scary time. And prayers to our friends in Mexico, prayers to our friends in Haiti, prayers to everything that's going on in Afghanistan, out in the West Coast. It's scary. Look what happened now in the Gulf with Ida and all the way up to New York City. It's a different time, man. It's sad. It really is. And I hope we can get through all of this. All right, let's get to something a little bit more positive because, of course, we got the boys coming up at the top of the hour. They are ready to rock and roll with Inside the Paint. Gentlemen, good morning. How are you all doing?
Let's say we're less than 3 weeks away from the start of training camp, so it gets more real by the moment. And man, you talk about brief off seasons. These last 2-3 years, it's been play, brief break, and get right back at it, and that's where we are. Ball's bouncing really soon at FTX Arena.
Yeah, it really puts a damper on the Ira Winderman World Tour. Everything that he does in the usual off season, man.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, what would you normally be doing in the off season?
Well, I got to tell, honestly, guys, with the pandemic, I'm sure you guys have been through the same thing. For all the planning we've had for vacations, the world has changed so much in the last 3 years that honestly, I don't know if there were full off seasons if I would have had those vacations. 3 straight years I have canceled off-season trips to Amsterdam because of COVID, because of restrictions. You want to either immerse yourself in the full experience when you do your European vacation or you just wait. So Euro 2020 sort of sounds like the delayed Olympics, and now will be at least Euro 2022 or 2023. So the waiting game continues.
How did I know that this would go to Ira going to Amsterdam? Like, and the fact that he needs to get the full experience of Amsterdam. I want
Red Light District. Red Light District.
I'm going with the wife. I'm going with the wife. So maybe what they call cafes I might enjoy a little more. But no, I'm going with the wife.
Okay. By the way, speaking of enjoying yourself. I got to share a story with you guys. I don't know if you saw this. Did you read about Bobby Portis? Like he goes anywhere he goes in Milwaukee, he walks into a Walgreens, I got you. He walks over to he goes to eat at a restaurant, I got you. He goes, it might be the guy sitting next to me, it might be the manager, it might be the waitress, it might be a guy on the other side of the bar, but I have not paid for a meal. I have not paid for anything in town in months now. So everywhere Bobby Portis gets, he goes, I don't go to Walmart because those are those big stores and you got to do a lot of walking and then to get out and all that. I like to go to the smaller places, pop in, pop out. And everywhere I've gone, they've taken care of me. So cool. Bobby Portis enjoying the fruits of a championship.
And yet, Big O, you remember this. Antoine Walker and James Posey enjoyed the fruits of the 2006 championship and never were the same. That opening night loss against the Bulls, that horrible playoff series to end that season. It's always interesting to me to see who can handle success in this league. Some guys, they win the championship and they were nowhere before. They become nowhere again. Other guys know how to sustain. And even LeBron knew that with the Heat. He knew the guys who understood he wanted more and more and more. And we've seen that from his teams in Cleveland, from his team with the Lakers. He will cast you aside in a heartbeat if he believes you're not a long timer when it comes to winning. So it'll be curious from these Bucks, how many sort of imbibed in the success and will endure, and how many were just one-time wonders.
But they're lucky, right? And I think Clay, you'll agree with me. They're in a blue-collar town. If they were in Miami or New York or Los Angeles, you could get really spoiled with some of the stuff that goes on. In Milwaukee, it's kind of lunch pail. The people are blue collar. That probably rubs off on you a little bit, I think, at least.
Well, I think with Bobby Portis in particular, like he represents that. He's somebody who's been on a number of teams and always been the energy guy, the effort guy, but goes to a place like Milwaukee where that is so embraced and really represents the town. So really cool to see and hear that.
All right, what do you guys got coming up here on Inside the Paint?
So,
So,
you know, as we've said, the NBA offseason, it never stops. So right after we got off the air last week, I think Tyler Herro's contract option was picked up. But what exactly does that mean moving forward? What's his place with the team? I think we want to go back and forth because Ira had a great question on Ask Ira that I think we can get into, which is, who is the Heat's most important player? And I think you can quantify this however you want, but I've got a few thoughts on that. I know Ira does. So between that and talking a little bit about Chris Bosh, we've got a lot to get to.
And one other thing, if people have a chance before we start our show, if they can go to Tyler Herro's Instagram page, take a look at what Tyler Herro just posted, and then let us know in the chat and the comments there on YouTube whether you think that's Photoshop, whether you think the NBA will be drug testing pretty soon, or what the hell happened to that guy. If you get a chance, Tyler Herro's Instagram page, real quick, listen to our sponsors getting ready for Palette Rack City Inside the Paint. But Tyler, man, he truly is a changed man.
All right, I'm already pulling it up there. I was wondering if it had anything to do Katya related, but it's not. So, all right. Well, we'll
check out the pecs.
Here you go.
Check out the muscles.
Yeah. He's got muscles. He's Tyler the Sailor Man.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Palette Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Palette Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Palette Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for an hour of hardcore hoops with a Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Let's get to the show basketball fans crave. Let's get inside the paint.
Good Wednesday morning, everybody. Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winderman there. Time to talk a lot of heat here on Inside the Paint. And Ira, we talked a little bit before during the crossover about, what we thought about, how do I put this? The fact that this blue collar mentality that Milwaukee has and how people there really embraced Bobby Portis. And I feel like in many ways, kind of removing, what the town is, I feel like that's what the Heat need to get back to this season in order to get to where they want to be. Certainly you've got the stars and Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo, an all-star, Kyle Lowry, somebody who's won a championship before. But they need to get that mentality back. It's something that I think they lost a bit last year. And so I want to kind of use that to transition into what I think is the main topic that we're going to talk about today, which is, who is the most important player on this Miami Heat team? We got a lot we want to get to today, but I want to start there because I feel like that generated some good chatter, some good back and forth on Ask Ira this week. So I've got a few different thoughts on this, but if I just throw that question out to you, just blanket ask you, who is the most important player on this Heat team for the 2021-2022 season? Your answer is what?
I guess I would look at it this way. I would look at who on this team has a skill set that can't be replicated elsewhere. In other words, you can say certain guys can be playmakers, but he also can play make. Certain guys can score, but he also can score. No one else on the Heat, and perhaps, Clay, no one else in the NBA does what Bam Adebayo does. But here's my question about all that, because I think it's a two-part answer here. No one does what Bam does, but is what Bam does asking too much from him, becoming too big a part of this team, his switchability on defense, his able to do everything on offense. And so when you go to the question always of who's your team's most important player, it's usually someone who has a definitive standalone skill that you could say of this player, well, he is great at this. Duncan Robinson is great at shooting. Kyle Lowry is great at stepping up in clutch moments. Jimmy Butler is great at being the tough guy. And yet, if you ask me about Bam Adebayo, and you said, Ira, what's great about Bam Adebayo? I'm not sure I can fill any particular box, Clay. I love his versatility on defense, but is that greatness? I love that he's able to generate offense to a degree that he can follow up, he can score inside, he can hit the short jumper, but he doesn't do anything great. So that's why I think Bam Adebayo is the Heat's most important player, because most importantly, he has to continue to grow. But Eric Spoelstra, maybe I'm wrong, Clay, maybe you disagree. It seems like the fulcrum on both ends of the court are built around Bam Adebayo. Jimmy will give you what he can, but no one's expecting him to score. So you have that. Kyle Lowry's going to step in at moments of truth. But even the way he played in Toronto, he never wanted to overwhelm. He wanted DeMar DeRozan to have his moments. He wanted Pascal Siakam to be able to grow. He knew for players like Kawhi Leonard and Serge Ibaka, they had to get their own. So to me, Bam is the most fascinating ongoing story of the season. Clay, I honestly think we could take a segment every week on this show to talk about Bam Adebayo and how his performance affects the overall performance, because I think he's the fulcrum to all of this. And yet I still, and I know it's not fair to him, I still want to see more.
You want to see more in fewer areas, I think is what, and I think we talked about this
specific areas, yeah.
Exactly. And by the way, I'm on board with that. I think I can agree and disagree. Where I agree is that I think he's spread a little too thin. I feel like, and we've talked about this before, that Pat Riley, like, you can take so many things out of what he says in his postseason news conferences or Zooms, whatever they are now.
Right.
And a lot of times it's big words that end up being played over and over again. I want to go get a whale. There are obstacles, but there are none, or whatever. But sometimes he makes very pointed comments that I think you take away and you kind of you raise your eyebrow a little bit. And he said flat out that Eric Spoelstra was asking Bam to do too much. And I thought that was interesting, that it was a public pointed criticism of the head coach and his handling of an all-star player. Now, it wasn't done in a mean way. It wasn't done in an I know better than you way. It was you can't ask Bam to be Giannis on one end of the floor and Nikola Jokic on the other end of the floor. And so what I would like to see with him is I want to see him. I think where his greatness is, and this is where I would say I disagree. I think he is great defensively. I think what he does defensively, yes, he does a lot, but I also think that everything that he does really well. I think if you asked him to be strictly a rim protector, I think he would be elite at that. If you asked him to strictly be somebody who would go out and switch off and guard the smaller players, he would be great at that. And I think the thing that, you go back to last year, not this past season, but the previous year when they played the Bucks, where the Bucks really missed Giannis when he was hurt, and then also when he tried to play through the injury, was with his help defense. That's something that Bam is just incredible at. So from that perspective, I would say when you're talking about who is the Heat's most important player if this guy takes a leap, it's going to change this team. I would agree with you that it is Bam Adebayo. If he is able to figure out, okay, I don't have to be point center Bam anymore. Right, 100%. And that's where I would say that's where Pat Riley's criticism was. But if he can go back, try to be Serge Ibaka. When Ibaka was really, really good offensively. Right. I'm not talking about when he was working with Kyle Lowry, it was phenomenal. And Lowry says, I want him to be Superman. So from that perspective, Ira, I would take Bam as far as who needs to take a leap.
Clay, although those are very good points for a TV guy, but I would, but I would say this.
That is the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
But I would say this. Pat Riley has often said about what he might do different than Eric Spoelstra. Remember a couple of years ago, we asked him about Bam playing with Hassan. And he said, I don't see why not. They can do things. We'll have to have, I forgot what the word was, a summit or a conference or whatever.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that?
It was a summit.
With Eric, we'll have to bring them together. This one was when Hassan was still here and he was banging heads with Eric Spoelstra.
That's right.
And it never happened. And people kept talking about that. Well, when's that going to happen? And it sort of went away. It really is interesting to me because usually what's happened in recent years is Pat has his season ender and Eric doesn't. Eric has always been about moving on to the next thing. The only thing Eric Spoelstra, after that Game 4 loss against the Bucks, has spoken to the general media since has been when he went to coach the Olympic select team. Otherwise, really no comment on last season or honestly about this season's rework roster also. So it almost seems like it happens that Pat makes a comment or makes a point, and then it sort of gets lost in the ether. And it goes away. So I am curious when Eric does his season opening session, whether it's a session at FTX Arena, whether it's another Zoom because of the pandemic or something, if he does address that about Bam, and to go to that point, will he be more willing to go big with Bam? Because right now the roster really isn't built this way. There's not another Hassan. There is basically PJ Tucker and Markieff Morris, it looks like, as the power forward rotation to start the season, both somewhat undersized for that role. There is the intrigue of Dwayne Dedmon, who I think played 1 minute with Bam since he arrived last season. And even we've spoken about our show during the summer about Omar Yurtseven and how he does make the outside shot. Maybe not Kelly Olynyk 2.0, but he can do that also. So I do wonder, and this is why I think it's important, and not to be too long-winded here for Print Guy, but this is why I think it's interesting that people who talk about that the Heat is of one mind and one thought and Pat is sort of the head of the snake, not always. Pat has offered us a lot of thoughts in recent years about what he thinks Eric should do, but Eric still has the autonomy to do what he wants to do. So I'm going to throw it back at you. Do you think we'll see big, or knowing Eric Spoelstra as you know him and as you followed him, over this last decade or so, do you think by now Eric Spoelstra has basically told us that doesn't work in today's NBA? The moment that I got rid of Joel Anthony and Eric Dampier and Roni Turiaf and moved Chris Bosh to center, I was set in that direction. Clay Ferrara, what are the chances of seeing big this season?
I think you're going to see it. I don't think you're going to see it very much. I think I think it's going to be situational. And, you go back to the Milwaukee series where it was an absolute unmitigated disaster as far as being, yeah. So I think you're going to see it in those scenarios because the guys that you have that are, stretch players or whatever, with most teams, you can go out there and say, okay, I'm going to force you to adjust to me. And I feel like that's kind of what Eric Spoelstra wanted to do a lot of times by playing, smaller lineups. I think we saw in the Milwaukee series it didn't work. And so I think that what you're going to see is the adjustment being made that you're not going to be quite as stubborn about it. Like when you go out there and you realize, okay, this isn't working, then you're going to have the options to be flexible and try to find ways to make it work. So I think you'll see it. I think you'll see it in small doses.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
You don't think at all. Not at all.
Remember, there was that one season Bam and Hassan played like 13 minutes together all season. And last season when Dwayne Dedmon arrived, still, with almost a month to go in the regular season, we barely saw it. And I think Eric Spoelstra has a wonderful stubbornness. Because when you're stubborn, you sort of have a limited vision of what you want to do, and you try to excel in that. So I am curious if Pat can influence him when it comes to that, or his other coaches, or maybe what other teams did going a little bit bigger during the playoffs. Look at the Lakers. The Lakers have gone out and brought in Dwight Howard. They brought in DeAndre Jordan, who I think we all agree are sort of fossils and dinosaurs.
Right.
But they believe to protect Anthony Davis, they're willing to go big. So the question is, does Bam need protection or not? Or at 24 years old, is he young enough that he's able to stand up to the beating and that's what they want him to do? So I am curious about how he's going to handle Bam this season, the Pat Riley influence there, whether we'll see experimentation. Going to play a full 6-game preseason schedule, Clay. There certainly is time for the first time in an offseason to experiment, or whether Spoelstra, stubborn Spoelstra continues on.
Two Extreme says Bam's biggest problem is he's not aggressive, needs to assert his force on opponents. Everything else is good enough except his three-point shooting, but that may be asking too much of a big man. Now, I would say, I agree. I would say that we've seen big men, and somebody that we're going to talk about later on the program, Chris Bosh, develop that three-point shot, and especially that corner three-pointer. And what that does is it helps with spacing quite a bit. And it would allow you to go big, because you can have Bam still space the floor a little bit. Now, that's not something that you want to ask him to do a lot of, because he has so many other really, really nice skills in his skill set. But so I would agree up to that point. I'd like to see him develop that shot a little bit. So I'm going to switch around the question a little bit.
Okay.
As far as who's the most important player. So that was, from my perspective, who needs to take a leap? Who needs to change their game, whether it's, in his case, focusing on certain areas to become the most important player. If there were one player that I would tell you the Heat would go 2 months without, who is the one player that they could not afford to lose for that stretch?
I'm still not so sure it's not Bam, because who are you really filling in? A rookie in Omar Yurtseven, an old player in Dwayne Dedmon? Are you playing incredibly small? So I'd say that's number one. But if you want me to sort of move off the grid into a different player, I'm not so sure without Duncan Robinson's spacing and someone to hit threes that you have a threat. When you were even talking about Bam there getting the three-point shot or someone else, part of gravity is not only being able to do it, but having the respect of the opponent that you always will do it. So if Bam steps out for the three, opponents might go, okay, prove it to us. We'll let you have 4 threes today. Same thing with Dwayne Dedmon and Omar Yurtseven. That's fine. The ball's not in the hands of Jimmy Butler. Then the ball's not in the hands of Kyle Lowry. But without Duncan Robinson out there, this is one point that he had all kinds of three-point shooting. That is not that point right now. I don't know if this offense, the way it's been designed to this point, could survive it. And that, Clay, in summation, is why they gave him $90 million over 5 years, because they realized how irreplaceable he was.
And I can understand that. I keep it really simple. It's who's the best player on this team. And so I'm going Jimmy Butler. I know it's so easy, but
you're right. The 10 games he missed last season, that was the seeding. That was playing Milwaukee in the first round as opposed to hosting the Knicks or the Hawks in the first round. So you're right. That 10-game COVID span turned the season upside down.
And so let me ask this one more way, because when you sent me this question, I had 3 different answers for 3 different reasons. And this is why I'm asking it to you this way. And I'm going to give you my answer for this one just to get your take on it, because I want to make sure that I'm phrasing this the right way. But as far as who's the most important player, I'm going to say X factor. Like, who is the player that if he goes out there, you can see this team elevating a level? And for me, it's Victor Oladipo.
Yes,
it's the fact that, hey, and I'm not even saying that he has to be better than the Victor. If he can get anywhere near, and it doesn't even have to be all NBA third team Victor Oladipo, the All-Star. I feel like, man, and this is what hurt so bad seeing him get hurt last year was, like, you started to see him getting close to the type of player that the Heat would need to get to that next level. You don't rely on him. I don't think you need him to be a bucket getter consistently. What I think you need him to do is be that menace defensively that he started to be. Be the guy that when you put him on the floor with Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry and Bam Adebayo, and then pick your big, with this PJ Tucker, like, you're talking about a defensive lineup that may be the best in the NBA when you throw those 5 out there, but he has to be healthy. And that's when
we come back after this break on Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint, I think that goes to another player also. If you haven't gone to your Instagram page yet, take a look at Tyler Herro, because, Clay, I agree that Victor Oladipo can be imperative unless Tyler Herro steps up to a level that you have full confidence that, hey, he's our third guard, he makes it work. So I think that's something I want to get into after the break, and go to his Instagram page and check out them muscles.
Not a bad tease.
Reach out to Ira and Clay. Drop them an email at insidethepaint@yahoo.com. Chime in on the YouTube chat board. You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Welcome back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Let's get back to the guys that just updated their email from Prodigy to AOL. Here's Ira and Clay.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint, and we'll get to your chat topics, your questions. Feel free to drop them in the chat right here. We'll get to them as we go along. Jeremiah said Oladipo, if he could ever stay healthy, he would be legit. Absolutely, and I think that's where kind of you're hoping, if you're a Heat fan, that he can just get to that spot, and then whatever he can give you at that point, you'll take. Ira, I will say, I think it was a real shame. I had a much higher opinion of Tyler Herro than this. I thought that I didn't think he would stoop this low as to Photoshop his face on your body. I just thought, man, look at that. Like, did he ask your permission to do that?
For those people listening on the podcast or just on the stream, Clay just held up Tyler Herro's latest Instagram post that basically, if you didn't know better, and if the skin tone was different, you would have thought it was Tyler Herro's head on Alonzo Mourning's body, because the arms are rippling from what you can see below the jersey, and that is his chest tattoo, so it looks like it actually is him and the leg.
Oh, I thought that was yours. That's what I was going to say. Yes. Like, it was so obvious. Oh,
that was me. That was me 20 years ago, when even before I did my radio segments, I would baby oil up. Yes, that's true. But that's my Lou Ferragamo or whatever his name was, Lou Ferrigno days, or Arnold Schwarzenegger days. But what Tyler Herro has posted on his Instagram, he told us, or he told the Heat beat writers at the Heat camp this year, he wanted to bulk up. He didn't want to get pushed around. He understood people were coming after him after what he did against the Celtics 2 years ago in the run to the NBA Finals, that he was a marked man. And he posted today or overnight on Instagram this unbelievable bodybuilder look that a lot of the comments on that Instagram post said, okay, drug test is coming up next. Because we know while the NBA is not checking for marijuana anymore, they still are for steroids. Not going to go there with that. There's still time before they report to camp. If Tyler Herro is as physical and muscled as he shows in that photo, if that indeed is, and it looks like by all accounts it is his body, then he has put in the work this summer. And for all the detractors, including people like me who said he's too involved in marketing and social media and everything, it shows you can be everything. You can go out and do that. You can be with the Olympic select team, and you can be in the gym, all while being an expected father also. And he's checked all the boxes. But if he does come back like a physical player, thank you, Big O, who put up it for us on Instagram. For those people watching us on YouTube now or catching us on the stream later, you can see what he looks like. I'm not so sure about the legs bent outward, but he knows how to shoot a lot better than Ira Winderman does. And Clay, if the commitment to body is there and the commitment to game is there, you mentioned on the last segment how you thought Victor Oladipo was potentially one of the most important surprise players. Well, if Tyler Herro steps in and he's your third guard, and you're running with the starting wing rotation of Duncan Robinson, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry, and you have Tyler Herro pictured right here in front of us as your other third guard, you might be set anyway without Vic, and that's just a bonus. So, yeah, I do agree. I think Tyler Herro is a swing player, and as you mentioned in our crosstalk, Big O, and you can mention that again, he signed his rookie extension. Now comes the rookie scale, or signed his rookie option. Next summer comes the rookie scale extension. So he'd have a big decision coming up with Tyler Herro.
Yeah, and let's go back to something we said in the last segment about Bam Adebayo, that I feel like Bam was being asked to do too much. Mm-hmm. And I think if you're a great coach, you find a way to put your players in positions to succeed. You find out what they do well. I feel like part of Tyler Herro's, if you want to call it regression, if you want to call it non-progression last season, I think everybody was expecting him to take a leap after what we saw in the bubble. I think trying to make him a point guard really hurt. And it just felt like he was out there thinking too much instead of just playing. And we hear that all the time about athletes, that if you think you're lost, like if you can't just react and go, you're lost. So if I'm Eric Spoelstra, I would love to see this. Just go out there and be a bucket. Just go out there and score. And obviously, look, you put on the size. I think that's significant. Like you said, he says he doesn't want to be pushed around anymore. That's talking about defense. And, man, you go back to, I'll never forget, during the Pacers series in the bubble, he said very clearly, look, we know that they're going after Duncan and me. We know that. And I think what he's doing at this point is making it, hey, sure, you may be able to get around me. You may be able to make, but you're not going to push me around anymore on defense. So that's on that end of the floor. this is a positive sign, right? And I know everybody posts stuff on social media all the time, but Tua Tagovailoa did it all. But that doesn't mean, like you said, you can have it all. You can be doing that at the same time, getting better. So as far as Tyler Herro, the player goes, Ira, I need to see him going back out there and scoring. Don't worry about the rest of the stuff. Just be a bucket, be a scorer, and make sure that you're doing the best you can to stay in front of guys on defense. But go back to being a bucket. Forget about being a point guard.
Well, here's the thing about the Heat salary structure. It's one thing when you are loaded with big contracts, when you are the Brooklyn Nets and you have the extensions with Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, James Harden, the big deal you signed a year ago with Joe Harris, and you're lined up with your contracts. You're a leading contender. You're playing for a championship. Your time is now when you pay. Let's look at the Heat next summer, Clay, because I'm going to put you on the spot here in a couple of seconds. The Heat salary structure right now, you have Jimmy Butler with his 5 years remaining at $220 million. You have Kyle Lowry with his 3 years at $85. You have Bam Adebayo starting his 5-year, $164 million extension. We spoke in the last segment about Duncan Robinson and his 5-year, $90 million deal. Very hard to go with more than 5 huge contracts in the NBA salary cap and luxury tax world. So I'm going to put you on the spot right here, Clay Ellisberg, okay? You have to make a decision after the season. Tyler Herro has a really good season, goes back to rookie Tyler Herro, second half of the season, and Victor Oladipo returns to Victor Oladipo, Indiana Pacers era. Let me ask you this. Understanding their age, understanding what they can do, their two-way skills, which might tilt it a little toward Vic. If you then had to sit in the office with Adam Simon and Pat Riley and Nick Harrison next summer and say, we are loaded with 4 large contracts. We have room for 1 more. Tyler had a good season. Vic had a good season. So Clay Ellisberg, what direction would you go in that scenario?
So the thing that's tough is making this decision in a vacuum. So let me put it this way. By the end of the season, if all of those things happen, then I would need to also know that Jimmy Butler is still Jimmy Butler, and he's doing what he's doing. Kyle Lowry is able to be the Kyle Lowry that we've seen the last few years. So let's say everything else is as good as it could be. In other words, you're not losing Jimmy Butler's defensive acumen, all that. Then I'm leaning towards Tyler. Because, like you said, you've got the two-way. You've got guys that can play a lot of defense. But what I think you're missing is like that true elite bucket getter. And if that's what Tyler is growing into, like if by the end of the year, you're starting to see him turn into the guy consistently that we saw for stretches in the bubble, I just think there's a value there that you don't find that. And it's something that he'd have been looking for a long time. So to me, that would be the higher value point. The other one that would play into it is, okay, if Vic is close to who Vic was before, he still has that injury history. And so there would still be that concern to me that he would suffer another minor thing that would turn into a major thing. So if all those things happen, if everything else stays equal, and you're telling me that both Tyler Herro and Victor Oladipo are getting closer to what their ceiling could be, I would lean towards Tyler for all those reasons that I said.
And yet here's what's interesting. So if you even start to get that sense during the first half of the season, and you approach the NBA trading deadline, and you realize, because here's the other part of that, Clay. For at least the next 2 years after this, which is Kyle Lowry's contract, you're probably looking at Duncan Robinson, Kyle Lowry, and Jimmy Butler as your perimeter rotation. So you're probably talking about Tyler Herro or Victor Oladipo at best as a 6th man. A lot of money to spend for a 6th man to start getting into that $20 to $30 million salary range and not having your starting lineup. So you have that to look at. Maybe Kyle ages out, finishes his 3-year run at 38, he's done. So I could see that. You get to the trading deadline. Victor Oladipo has been back for a month, for 6 weeks, and my God, he looks like Victor Oladipo. Tyler Herro comes out. He's a new father. He's grounded. He's been fantastic as instant offense. Forget everything else. Wow, this guy's giving you 16 points off the bench in limited bench minutes. It's easier to trade Tyler because he's under contract.
It's true.
He's on the rookie scale, and another team can do the extension in the offseason. Vic is just a minimum scale guy who's going to become a free agent in the offseason. Yes, you'll get his bird rights in a deal, but he can't bring you value back on a $1.7 million value in a trade. So that's an interesting part also. Yes, we are getting way ahead of ourselves. We've seen the reports, we've seen his workouts about what Vic has done. But just as Big O has left this picture on our side here of Tyler Herro working out in the shape he's been in, I'm going to ask you part B of that equation, Clay Ferraro, television person, is this. Because again, we all love the visual. I know that's more of your job to see the visual. When you see Victor Oladipo's workouts, when you see him grinding in the gym and you see everything that he's doing, and you mentioned a great point about Tua last offseason looked like, an Adonis or whatever, not an Adonis, an Adonis. It looks so good there. How much stock are you putting into Victor Oladipo's Instagram and Twitter off-season workout videos?
Oh, I don't. I don't put any stock in any of that stuff. As great as Tyler Herro, as much as he looks like you in that picture, I don't know that he's going to go out there and his game is going to change yet. I want to see now. To be fair, Tua Tagovailoa, what we've seen from him since he's come back is like he looks like a different player. He looks like a stronger player. So maybe it's a case-by-case basis, but I don't simply look at the offseason workout videos or pictures and say, okay, he's working hard. Like I feel like every athlete to some level is likely doing something like that. So what I like about Tyler Herro's is that you can see him putting on size, and that was something that was a problem before, was that he was getting pushed around. With Victor Oladipo, I love that he's out there and he's able to, even if you have an injury, and I'm nowhere near the athlete, not pretending to be, but I've torn meniscus, stuff like that before. You still need to work out everything around it, so there's not atrophy. So I give Victor Oladipo a lot of credit that he's in there and he's doing everything that he needs to do. And
right now, for those catching us on YouTube, he's on the screen, and certainly that body is the body of an NBA-ready player.
100%,
but again, it's not a player running after quadricep surgery. It's not a player cutting. It's not a player. Remember the one play when it all ended last season, Clay, when he went for that dunk and he landed awkwardly, the kind of thing usually a player is a major knee injury when he has that kind of grimace on his face and he looks like that there. I thought you raised a really cogent point, though, in talking about the comparison, and that's this. And you've certainly been in the industry long enough to know this. At what point does a player simply become an injured player? Right. That even if he keeps working his way back, and I think this factored in with Dwayne Wade in 2016 also, when he had a split with the Heat, when he wound up going to Chicago, where the Heat wouldn't give him the maximum deal, similar to what Chris Bosh got. And I just wonder if that's part of the thinking also, that they gave him the minimum deal because they didn't know if he'll ever be all the way back. And that even if he does become Victor Oladipo, does he ever get back to the $122 million he bypassed from the Pacers, to the 80-plus million he bypassed, or I think a little bit less than that, he bypassed from the Rockets when he could have extended before his trade to the Heat? So I think that is interesting, and Heat Nation knows plenty of these guys we've had over the years who you think they're back, they've turned the corner, but ultimately the first injury can lead to the second injury, the third and fourth, and you become who you are, and all of a sudden we're talking about load management and not the same. So I wonder if Heat Nation is willing to embrace Victor Oladipo or simply will enjoy the moments he can provide.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before, when you have other big contracts on the roster and guys who are older players, like, you need to have someone that you can count on their availability. And so, I just don't think that you can put a whole lot of money into those players. Too extreme. Tyler Herro might have been working out a little bit this offseason. Hopefully he rebounds this year and the muscles get his focus back on basketball, not about fame and glam. And I think as we transition, Ira, to the next segment, I want to get your thoughts on this. How much stock, because there's a difference between like what you can put out there reporting wise and what is just chatter, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. How much did you hear about what's been reported elsewhere about concerns with being too focused on stuff off the court, that sort of thing? Or is this something that was more kind of an excuse for what we saw on the court?
I've had words twisted when I've addressed this before, and all I've said was this, and this was taken totally out of context, is if you're going to step out in the marketing realm, if you're going to become an online personality, if you're going to piggyback off of your girlfriend or the mother of your child now fame on Instagram, that's all well and good, but you have to understand expectations come with that. There are some players who step back from that who say, I'm still a formative player. I'm still growing. I'm not going to have it all now. I'm going to take my steps. There's other players who leap right in from the moment he was drafted and the sports code that he wore to the draft, and he announced, Tyler Herro is on the scene. This is me. Expect greatness. So all I said about that, when I talked about him having his own Chipotle bowl and everything else, was if you're going to go there, you have to back it up.
You're opening yourself up for criticism. You're opening yourself up.
But I'm saying,
right.
If you're going to start with fame and saying, I want fame and I embrace fame, then you have to embrace everything else that comes with it as well. That was my entire point there, and I still believe that when it comes to Tyler, it's not an act. Some players have done that. Some players have started from being a star and also started with greatness. Other players realized it could be a trap. You choose your own fate. You choose your own path. You choose your own destiny. That's what he's chosen. God bless him. But understand, you put eyes on you. You put my eyes on you. You put Clay's eyes on you. We're looking now. We want to see. You've announced yourself. Now you have to pronounce yourself in the games at the moments of truth. We certainly saw that in the 2020 playoffs. You know what? All I want now is more of the same.
And I'm glad you said, because there's a distinction here. And as we go to break, I'm going to ask this, because I haven't seen this reported anywhere, Ira, and tell me if I'm off base. The concerns have been, he may be going Hollywood, whatever. But were they ever rooted in the idea that, well, hey, he used to be earlier to the practice facility. Now he doesn't show up anymore. He's missing mandatory meetings. He's not going to weightlifting. Like, it never seemed to me like there was anything substantial behind some of this stuff. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but I never heard any specific examples of him slacking in any particular area relative to what he was doing before. So you're right.
Also, and we don't know also because of the circumstances and the pandemic, I'm not so sure that anyone was fully able to be as invested as his predecessors. Hopefully the time is coming now. And of course, after we come back from the break, I also want to talk, because Saturday is a huge day, and Clay will tell us why right now.
Talking about the predecessors, talking about the Heat stars of the past. And this is one of my favorite people that I've ever been around, Ira. So I want to talk about Chris Bosh. I want a little story time with Ira. I want you to tell us some good stories about Chris Bosh. I've got maybe not as good as you, because I wasn't around quite as, but he is one of my favorite people that I've ever been around in sports. So we'll talk about Chris Bosh, the soon-to-be Hall of Famer, coming up next on Inside.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Back here on Inside the Paint, and we didn't touch on the biggest news item as far as the Heat go in the last 24 hours, but got to put this out there. Congratulations to Mike Inglis retiring as the play-by-play voice on the radio for the Miami Heat. When I was over in Fort Myers and they had the Heat games over there, it was so cool to kind of have that local flavor, but somebody who not just called the game, but somebody who like had that emotion and he just had these things that he would do, like when he would say that there was a foul upcoming and he was just so sure that it was on the Heat's opponent, and they would just be shocked when they would call the foul. Like just so many things about him that when you want everything that you want a home broadcaster to be, things that you kind of relate to. So congratulations to Mike Inglis in his retirement.
And life will be a lot easier for NBA referees now because of that. Because I got to tell you, so many people who work for teams are very careful about that. Mike let you know what he thought about every single whistle. And I got a feeling sitting in home in Naples this season, he will be talking to his television and his radio saying very much the same.
And I think Barry Jackson reported that Jason Jackson is being mentioned as a potential replacement. Nothing set in stone yet, but we'll see the direction that goes. I want to talk about Chris Bosh because this is a big weekend for him, much deserved that he is entering the Basketball Hall of Fame. And Ira, I'm going to leave the floor to you here. Just some of your memories of Chris Bosh. I'll give you just mine. I didn't get to cover as much of the Big Three era as you did, but I'll never forget that. The thing about Chris Bosh, number one, the word that always comes to my mind when I hear Chris Bosh's name is wise. The guy just has a wisdom that I don't know that I ever remember coming across in all of my years in broadcasting and journalism. I'm not just talking about sports. There's just a wisdom there with him. I always felt like, Ira, when Chris Bosh spoke, that I learned something. It was not cliche. It was, you would learn. And then I remember the last year of the Big Three, like you just had this feeling that it felt like everybody was over the whole thing. But you would ask people in the locker room and you would always get the same canned cliche answer.
Yes.
But Chris Bosh didn't give it to you. Chris Bosh said, you know what? We're bored. Like and this was during the regular season. This was not the playoffs. This was, they were kind of going through the doldrums of the season. But I love that I always learned something from him and that you could trust what he said. And that was something that is, as somebody who covers the team, it's all you could ask for. But the floor is yours. I know you probably have
that's a really good point. And there's always two different views. And remember also Chris Bosh when he'd come in and we'd see his raw emotion, including when he's walking down toward the hallway a little bit and he's crying and he had to be uplifted by his teammates and things like that. So I think it's a case with Chris where we come in the locker room, we talk about a loss, and we'd ask Dwayne Wade, and Dwayne would go, "Don't worry about it. It's one of 82 games. We'll be fine." And you go, they were sort of perpendicular to each other. And you go to Chris's locker, and he was so raw and so emotional. Yeah. And it just meant so much to him at the moment that he would just tell you, this has got to change. Again, he got mocked along the way. From Skip Bayless and others because of his emotion, because he did collapse. There was a bad loss to Portland and they were on a losing streak, and he could be seen crying in the hallway going back to the locker room. It meant that much to him. We can't have it both ways, Clay. We can't rip our athletes for not caring enough and then rip them for caring too much. And the other thing I'd say about Chris is this. Sometimes it's hard to admit this, that you're not the smartest guy in the room. But any room that Chris was in, he was the smartest guy in the room.
Yes.
He was a Renaissance man. He said, I'm going to learn to play guitar, and all of a sudden was on stage 6 months later. He came to our market, realized how important it was to be bilingual, taught himself Spanish, All of a sudden, the local Spanish radio stations couldn't get enough of Chris Bosh, from Jose Pineda doing pregame shows to having someone else out there. He's freaking brilliant. For everyone who says, oh, you've got to stay in school because if you don't stay in school, you won't be a well-rounded person. Chris Bosh went to Georgia Tech for one season and has more of an education than I got after all my years of college and most of the players who were four-year players also. Getting to this weekend, the one thing that really bothers me is this. Clay, you remember this. Chris Bosh was eligible one class earlier, but the Hall of Fame decided in a class that was going to be Kobe Bryant and was going to include Kevin Garnett and Tim Duncan, that they were not going to have a big class. So Chris was asked basically to defer, wasn't even a finalist for the class of 2020. Clay, this Saturday, and let's be honest, as you will be watching the Hurricanes play Appalachian State, the NBA will have, the Hall of Fame will have its inductions on Saturday evening. 16 people are being inducted. If you can do the math, even if everyone limits themselves to a 10-minute speech, that ceremony will go on forever. And let's face it, because it's in Springfield, Massachusetts, home of the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame, Paul Pierce is the star of the night. All the New Englanders will come there. All the New England media will be there. Even during COVID, they could just drive over. So I think it's going to turn into a little bit of a Paul Pierce weekend. I think it's really unfair to Chris Bosh.
Yeah, I agree. And it's unfortunate. Like, it almost would have been, as crazy as it sounds, it almost would have been more fair had they waited. By the way, if you're listening or watching, please hit the like button. It helps us out a lot. We really appreciate it. Yes, and it's a bummer because it just feels like that's been the story of Chris Bosh's career, that he's just been so underappreciated. And I don't know that matters to him. I think he's somebody who he sees the bigger picture more than just about everybody. And maybe it does. Maybe in a candid moment, he would admit that it does. But like you said, there are so many interests that he has. And one of the stories that I like to tell, because this was funny, it was, I think, a couple of years after he retired. And he had just gone to do some broadcasting stuff with TNT. And I saw him out at an event. And just went up to him, just small talk afterward. And, I asked him, I said, hey, what'd you think of TNT? And he's like, oh, yeah, it was cool. Like, had a lot of fun hanging out with the guys and doing that or whatever. And I kind of I asked, I was like, oh, so do you think that's something that you might like to do? And Ira, he was so nice in saying this because obviously he knew that I did TV. He was so nice in saying this, but he basically said in the nicest way possible, yeah, I got a lot more important things to do with my life. And I was like, he was so, he didn't want to sound like he was insulting the profession, and he didn't. But he's just somebody that, I mean, if the man ran for president in 5 years, if you told me he was going to run for president in 5 years, I'd say, okay, he's going to be he's going to be in the White House. And so I think the guy can do whatever he wants. I do think it's a shame, and this is the latest example of it, of somebody who I think deserved more than he got as far as recognition and his career goes.
Yes, and it's interesting. I just posted a story at sunsentinel.com, hopefully to be in tomorrow's paper, I asked Chris about coaching. We've seen some guys, former Heat players, Juwan Howard most notably, but even now, Caron Butler, Malik Allen, come back to the team and work as a coach. And Chris said, I'm not going to close that door or any door, including front office, but I want to be a father first, and there's so much more I want to do also. So he wasn't demeaning the profession in the story I posted at sunsentinel.com. He was just saying it's just one of my many options and one of the things I can do. And it's interesting now because we see on the side here, for those watching on YouTube, some of Chris's highlights and what he's done. And Clay, I think we would both agree Chris Bosh was not the greatest player ever to wear the Miami Heat colors. Certainly Dwayne Wade is there, maybe not even number 2 with LeBron James. But let me ask you this. Iconic Heat moments, when they get a year from now to their 35th team anniversary, and you and Local 10 and Will Mansour are putting together your top 10 all-time Heat moments, Chris Bosh's rebound and pass out to Ray Allen for the tying three-pointer at the end of regulation of the 2013 NBA Finals, win that Game 6, win Game 7. And I know I hate when I do this to people also when I'm on radio and I ask them to name their greatest whatever, and in one moment they have to think about it. Is there a more iconic or significant Heat moment than that play, especially now with Ray Allen standing alongside Chris Bosh this Saturday in Springfield, him and Pat Riley presenting him greatest Heat play of all time? where would you put Chris Bosh's rebound and pass out to Ray Allen?
Oh, it's number one. Talking about the whole play. I mean,
Yes.
it's not even close. I don't think. But I would say this too. I would say that I think Chris Bosh, the block on Danny Green, right? Like stuffing him at the end of overtime. That's something that's underrated. I don't think that gets enough pub. And I remember Eric Spoelstra saying this. It was shortly after I got here. He said, yeah, Chris Bosh is not our best player, but he is our most important player.
Yes.
And this was the big three. And this kind of gets back to the question we had at the opening of the show.
Absolutely.
So Chris Bosh did some things that if you took him off the floor, the word you used is fulcrum to describe Bam Adebayo. And I think in many ways he was. I would also say this. I don't know that there are a whole lot of bigger regular season moments than his three-pointer against the Trailblazers. And look, if you're a Heat fan, you don't care much about the regular season. You care about the playoffs. But yeah, if you're going through the moments in Heat history, Chris Bosh's name just comes up over and over and over again. And so I feel like it's another one of those examples, Ira, of somebody that I think Heat fans have a greater and more accurate appreciation for him than the national media do, than I think basketball fans at large do. In many ways, I think some people view him as kind of riding the coattails of LeBron and Dwayne Wade.
And that's why I'm curious
I don't think they would get without him.
And I'm curious also, therefore, where do they place him among the speakers? Will he be a final speaker? Will he be a first speaker? Will he be buried behind Tony Kukoc or Chris Webber or Cotton Fitzsimmons or others, Rick Adelman, who's being honored? I'm kind of curious about his placement because let's face it, I'm going to be honest, and I'm sure you're the same unless you're actually going to the game, is I'm going to have two TVs on. Yeah. And until Chris Bosh goes on, I'm watching the UM game. I'm going to be watching my college football anyway. The other guys, whatever. Tony Kukoc, okay, Scottie Pippen wouldn't take the shot, so we had to take this. I get all that. I get all the history. Chris Webber is interesting. So many people are questioning Chris Bosh as being a Hall of Famer. Oh, he rode the coattails. I look at Chris Webber more questionable as a guy who never won anything of substance, anything of note. And yet what you pointed out about the Portland shot, it was the moments when Dwayne and or LeBron weren't available. Chris had a big shot against the San Antonio Spurs. Chris had a huge game against the Atlanta Hawks when both LeBron and Dwayne were out. That it took those moments for him to have a singular moment because he was such a willing team player that he gave up and subjugated so much of his game in order for the collective to help the team win. That should be rewarded. That should be honored. I can't stand the people who question about riding coattails. To me, it's the same argument as saying Phil Jackson rode Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant's coattails and Shaq's to win his championship, or Eric Spoelstra's not a Hall of Fame coach because he hasn't won except when he had the big three. We have seen plenty of big threes since. We've seen plenty of compendium of players, including what Brooklyn tried to do with Pierce and Kevin Garnett and Darren Williams, not succeed. Just because you have the talent around you, alongside of you, playing for you, doesn't make it an automatic. Chris is the kind of guy who showed you have to be able to meld it all together. You have to be the person who helps it all coalesce. That's what made him incredibly special. That's why he deserves Saturday's moment. But that's why he deserves more than being clumped in with, here's a bunch of people, 16 people. I mean, you're talking about the Veterans Committee. You're talking about, from pre-NBA and the Black History movement and players from there also, and the women's game and international. And I understand all of that. But it's just a shame Chris, once again, his entire career gets lost in the sauce.
Good luck to whoever has to follow him speaking, by the way. You say you don't know, where he's going to speak. But
remember when his jersey was retired? Just fantastic. Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck to whoever has to get up there. And one final thought on Chris Bosh, and this kind of gets back to what you were just saying. It's what type of life lesson is it that we're going to disparage or underappreciate someone who was willing to sacrifice? Like, what does that say? The fact that he doesn't get that sort of recognition, yet whenever LeBron and Dwayne Wade stepped off the floor, he was perfectly capable of stepping up and being the number one guy. In Toronto, he had nobody with him, and he still was able to do great things there. So, I just hate this idea that, we say all the time that guys need to be willing to sacrifice, that he is the perfect example of somebody who sacrificed and changed his game. The guy never shot three-pointers until he got hurt in the playoffs. Right. When he comes back, all of a sudden he can make corner threes, and you go on and win a championship. Like, what type of an example does this set? And the last thing I want to say about that,
Sure.
you mentioned about riding the coattails and things like that. How many championships did LeBron have before he joined Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade? Dwayne obviously had the one,
Yes,
playing with Shaq,
206.
and Dwayne was the central figure during the playoffs on those teams. You talk about Phil Jackson. How many championships did Michael Jordan have before Phil Jackson got there? I feel like there's such an underappreciation of players who were able and coaches who were able to get guys
It's a
to the
team
next
sport.
level.
It's a team sport. Can you be a team player? That's what means the most. That's why some have always put aside Will Chamberlain, those who haven't won championships. But Chris did it alone in Toronto, did it as part of an ensemble with the Heat, started as a power forward, became a center, as an inside player, became a mid-range shooter, then in a three-point shooter, constantly evolved and continues to evolve. And the real shame of this all, Clay, to sort of sum this up, is that at 37, by all rights, he still should be playing. But because of the blood clots isn't, he is a young man with so much more ahead of him. Chris Bosh's greatest moment might still be to come.
So anyway, Chris Bosh, thank you for making us smarter. Thank you for making me smarter. Doing something that only Ira Winderman can do, which is make me smarter on a week-to-week basis.
Well, or otherwise pumping up with the steroids to try to keep up with the kids. But that's another story for another day.
Check Ira for HGH. Check us out again next week right here on Inside the Paint. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, guys.
You've been listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button to support Inside the Paint. If you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business, there's only one choice: Pallet Rack City. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Here we go. Now we're on. Welcome back, folks. Time to rock and roll. Have a little fun on the show. Great job by Ira and Clay. And you know what I love about it is every time the show comes on, then people will come to the channel and then they'll run into Ira and Clay and they're like I watched Sid pop in and like, hey, what's up? No O today? And you can tell that, remember what I told you earlier, how we break up the show because people are incredibly lazy? Sid is a perfect example of the American lazy listener, or just lazy, period. Because if he's lazy with this, he's probably lazy overall, right? Like, if you follow the show, you know that every Wednesday, 10 to 11, it's Inside the Paint. I mean, it's just the way it is. But if you don't follow the show and you just pop in, never go to Twitter, never do anything, you don't know. Sid's the same guy that a couple of weeks ago, hey, oh, nice to have you back. And it was like, dude, I never left anywhere. Problem is you're too lazy to go on social media to actually find out. Kind of like the dude yesterday that's telling me, hey, the shows aren't being posted. No, the shows are being posted. It's just your iTunes. Did you go to Twitter to find out if the shows were being posted? No, I had to then give you the link. You know what I mean? Because people are lazy. And there you go. Sid is the perfect example of the lazy person, right? Doesn't bother to check ever Twitter, doesn't follow my Twitter page. Hey, where you been? Well, why don't you check Twitter? You would know what I've done here, there. I'm going here, I'm going there. You would even know that I was at the Black Crowes concert last night, which, by the way, Dirty Honey kicked ass, and Black Crowes sounded phenomenal. That was a lot of fun yesterday over at the Cruzan Amphitheater. I mean, all you got to do is just take a moment and follow on Twitter. Take a moment and, check everything out that we're talking about. You'll find out about guests. You'll find out about what the show does. And then I love the other thing that happens, right? If I'm doing a hockey interview, if I'm doing a soccer interview and I got Panizo on, or I got the lovely and talented Michelle Kaufman on with us, right? All of a sudden, what do I get? Oh, I hate basketball. When can I come back? Oh, I can't stand soccer. Oh, hockey. Oh, my God. Who's this Alex Winley talking soccer? Oh, I don't want to hear George Richards talk hockey. I don't want to hear David Dork talk hockey. It's like, okay, I get it, man. You only like football, and you don't want to hear anything else. You don't want to hear anything about the Heat or the NBA. Like some guy comes and goes, oh, the Heat are trash. Who wants to hear about that? It's like, and I just want you all to know that none of that is going to drive this show, okay? I am an all sports fan. I love everything. I will watch soccer tonight. I will watch football tomorrow. I will watch baseball on a consistent basis. I will check out the MMA. I will watch boxing. You name it. I watch it all, man. Okay? You guys are a trip, man. Some of you are just an absolute trip. I love it. There we go. Ragin says, love Dirty Honey. Awesome band. Dude, I had never seen them. I'm going to buy their stuff now. I'm definitely going to get their CD. They are good. The singer is phenomenal, bro. Guy's got a hell of a voice. My buddy Greeper told me about Dirty Honey because he saw this same concert up in Nashville. And so he goes, you wait till you see Dirty Honey. They were excellent. And they did about 15 songs yesterday. I mean, 2 of them are solos. They had a guitar solo and a bass solo, but so about 13 songs. And they were fantastic, man. Fantastic. I was impressed. Like, they're going places. I think eventually they will become a much bigger band, Dirty Honey. And Robinson and the boys sounded good, man. His voice was fantastic yesterday. I don't know if any of you like the Black Crowes, but I've never seen the Black Crowes, so this was my opportunity. I had to go. And unlike the other day that I kind of backed out of the Struts concert because Revolution Live, you're in like a sardine can, and I know that most of the people weren't going to be wearing masks. I had my mask on, yesterday at times. There were times where I did take it off when I was out in the open away from people. I would take off my mask. But if I was getting it somewhere where there were groups of people, then I would put on my mask, which, by the way, I bought this new mask. That's actually really cool. It has a string that it hangs from your neck. So then when you take it off, it just falls down right there, right under your chest. And then you could just lift it up and use it whenever you want. It's actually really, really convenient, actually. But excellent concert yesterday. Black Crowes were phenomenal, man. They were really, really good yesterday. I was enjoying. I am a little tired today, obviously, because I got home a little later than expected. You know what I'm saying? Because Southern Boulevard to West Kendall is one hell of a drive. but it was worth it, man. Anytime I can go see some live music. Now, I regret that I didn't. Now, I don't regret. I hate that I didn't go see the Struts, but I just did not want to be in a sardine can with a whole bunch of people breathing on you. And, even though I'm vaccinated, I don't want to catch it, man. And God forbid I catch it and then pass it on to somebody else that isn't vaccinated. And I just don't want to even deal with anything like that. So I kind of chose not to go to the Revolution Live packed. But Cruise and Amphitheater, that's a whole different ballgame. And by the way, there's a reason why we miss out on concerts a lot nowadays, over the years, shall I say. And that's because we suck. I mean, the Black Crowes are coming to town. I know most people don't know anything about Dirty Honey, but if you would have gone to yesterday's, and those of you that paid $20 for that concert, and there was only 4,800 tickets sold last night at the Cruzan Amphitheater for the Black Crowes. The place was empty. They moved everybody from the lawn inside the amphitheater. So if you sat in the lawn, you sat in the lawn because you wanted to. But they were moving you up and everything. 4,800 tickets. That's why we suck in this town. Black Crowes come to town, 4,800. I think there's a bunch of you that probably didn't even know the Black Crowes were in town. Wow. I saw it. I was like, wow, damn it. Oh, do you listen to Fozzy? Yeah, I listen to Fozzy. I've had Jericho on my show a couple times. And I had Jericho once. This was like, I don't know, like 7-8 years ago. I had him in studio with me. I brought Chris Jericho in studio. I'm lucky. I've gotten to know Jericho a little bit. If he comes to town, I'll get him again. I'll get him on. But he came in studio for me, and he sat there for an hour, and I never talked wrestling, not one bit. I told him straight up. If anybody remembers that interview when I did it at QAM, I told him straight up on the air. I said, "Hey, dude, I love you as your music, and I love you that you're a big metal head and all that stuff, and you love to talk music." Because I always used to see him on that metal show. He would go on and he'd go off, and that's how I became a Chris Jericho fan. Because I don't give a shit about wrestling. I know wrestling's big, and I know a lot of you out there like wrestling. I've never liked wrestling. I've never been into wrestling. I don't care about wrestling. I have no interest in watching wrestling. Nothing whatsoever. I'll be honest. Wrestling I treat like Spanish soap operas. Anybody catch what I'm about to say? Okay. The only time you watch me stop at a wrestling match while I'm channel surfing is if I see a fine ass wrestler on the, mat or whatever it's like on the ring. And I'm talking about the female side of it, obviously. So if there's a couple of those hot wrestlers, which there's several of those, kind of like even though I understand everything they're saying in a Spanish soap opera, I have no desire to watch a Spanish soap opera. But what am I supposed to do when I cruise by Univision and Telemundo and there's this like gorgeous babe? You stop. Right? No matter what no matter what language you speak, right? All my Anglo friends out there, admit it. When you channel surf, come on. We got plenty of people on the chat board. We got plenty of people that listen on the podcast. Send me the email. Send me the text. Admit it. Send me the DM so your wife doesn't see it. Admit it. Anglos out there. If my Haitian friends out there speaking Creole, if you don't speak Spanish and you cruise by Telemundo and Univision and a babe is there, unless your wife or girlfriend are sitting right next to you, tell me you don't stop. Just admire. That's what I do with wrestling. That's the only time you'll catch me and I stop to watch wrestling, is that there happens to be female wrestlers and they're good looking. That's it. Stop for a moment. Whoa, wow. Impressive. What's her name? Okay, move on. I'm out. Spanish soap opera. Whoa, wow. That's a looker. Scene over. Click. There you go. I'm being honest, dude. All right, I'll be honest. Some of you out there, you might be a little, wussification. You're afraid. Wifey might hear it or whatever, but what can I tell you? Let's see. Stefano says, Dirty Honey sounds fantastic. Love me some old school rock sound. The vocalist sounds like he idolizes Robert Plant. LOL, good stuff. Yeah, he reminded me of if you know who Jack Russell is from Great White. He has a Jack Russell influence, like with a little David Coverdale, really, more than Robert Plant. And Coverdale has a little Robert Plant influence in his voice, but I would put it more Jack Russell, David Coverdale kind of had a rock child, and that guy came out of it. Something like that. Great voice, man. Great voice, dude. Really, Dirty Honey, if you guys get a chance, I posted a video on my Twitter page at Big O Show. Not that Sid would know. I also posted a little Black Crowes last night, and obviously I put their most popular song. So if you want to watch it a little bit, it's there too. You can do that. Alex Diaz says, "Oh, my wife got a customer-made Linkin Park mask, paid $20 for it." Oh, nice. Nice. I like Linkin Park. Love Linkin Park. Early Linkin Park. Linkin Park got terrible towards the end. They were unlistenable. I got to be honest with you. They after the first two albums, they ran out of magic. They had a couple of other songs after that, a couple of songs. None of their albums were any good. Maybe there's 3 or 4 songs post Meteora and Hybrid Theory that I like, but Hybrid Theory and Meteora are 2 gems. They are masterpieces. I love those 2 albums. I can play both albums from beginning to end. I cannot say that about anything else after Linkin Park, but I do love early Linkin Park. Early Linkin Park, I do. Oh, get the blind-ass fan alert out ready. I think the Canes can really run the table. The defense wasn't that bad in the second half.
Blind-ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind-ass fan coming through.
Well, there were plenty that set themselves up for disappointment. Like, I wasn't mad on Saturday. I wasn't really even truly that disappointed because I kind of expected it. So now you're doing the same thing now that some of the people that actually thought they were going to be really competitive, or some of the nutbags that actually thought they would win, which I really, I had a buddy of mine that was one of those guys. And I know that whenever he listens to the show, because he does listen, because he tells me all the time, and he goes, "You're talking about me, aren't you?" And I go, "Yeah, bro, I'm talking about you." Like, come on, man. How could you think they were going to win? Seriously. But what is wrong with you? So, Dola, I'm going to tell you what is wrong with you. They're going to lose another game or two. It's just not a good coach. But if you want to set yourself up, go ahead. Don't be disappointed when they do. Ragin says, "I saw the Black Crowes with Tom Petty. Best concert I've ever seen." It's a great concert right there, dude. Great concert. Dirty Honey sounded better than Black Crowes, though. Impressive. But let me tell you, no, Black Crowes sounded good, man, yesterday. They were fantastic. But I got to say, I was very impressed with Dirty Honey. Really good young band. There's some good young bands out there, man. King, Them Crooked Vultures, Joyous Wolf, Greta. Let's see. What else do I like a lot? They're not totally new, but they're about 10 years. Texas Hippie Coalition, which I love. And there's, Hailstorm's been around since the late 90s, so that's not new. Trying to think of some of the really new bands. Oh, Them Evils. You know who's coming to the Culture Room is Rival Sons. Oh my God, Rival Sons is fantastic. There's some good rock bands. There's some good young rock bands. There is. You can still find some good ones out there that are developing. I have some hope that rock is going to stay alive. Now, do we have any up and coming bands that look like they're going to become superstar bands? that's a whole different ballgame, ladies and gentlemen. But there's some pretty good bands out there. If you take the time, you're going to find a couple pretty good ones out there that you can enjoy. King is Kyng, by the way, if you ever look for it. They're good. I like them. Radically says, do you start Holland against the Patriots or the Bills? If you think he's ready, yes. Yeah. Hey, man, look, at one point or another, you got to throw these young cats to the wolves, and they've got to figure it out, right? At one point or another, they got to sink or swim. So I have no problem. If you want to start the veteran for the first game or two, or maybe an alternation or something like that, that's fine. But eventually, Holland's got to take over, my friend. He has to. Let's see. What else do we have here? Redhead Kane in Bones. Ray is in la novela called Sí, Señor, No Hay Paraíso. Auto stop. Okay. You're better than I am because you actually know the name. That's crazy. I don't know the name of any of them. I just stop whoa, wow, who's that? That kind of stuff. Johnny Rotten says, talk about Van Ginkel. What do you want me to tell you? That he's a badass, that he's improved every year, that he's going to probably improve again this year, and he's going to become a stud for this team? I don't know what else you want me to tell you. I'll tell you this, go buy his jersey. Then when people ask me, what Dolphin jersey should I get? Yeah, go get a Tua jersey. Go get a Waddle jersey. You got no problem with that. But, go get yourself a Van Ginkel jersey. I like that kid a lot. I've been a Van Ginkel guy since year one, and the kid has done nothing but improve. And Flipside Fishing says, oh, it's the law to stop. Of course you got to stop. When you see a babe, you stop. Oh, I watch Univision, and I don't speak a word of Spanish. I don't blame you, sir. I don't blame you. That's the beauty, the international language of love, attraction, for men or women. There's no language. It's just attraction. That's it. It's just that chemistry. That's all. Johnny Rotten says, Van Ginkel gets no love. I disagree with you, Johnny Rotten. I disagree with that, dude. I think Van Ginkel has become a Dolphin favorite. I completely disagree with you. I haven't met a Dolphin fan yet that doesn't like Van Ginkel. I haven't met a Dolphin fan yet that isn't excited about Van Ginkel. I don't know who you're talking about. Maybe you're talking to some sourpuss-ass Dolphin fan that wants to live in the past from 10 years ago or 20 years ago, my man. But all the Dolphins fans that I talk to, everybody loves Andrew Van Ginkel. I'm telling you. I know he's not Tua, and I know he's not, I don't know. I'm trying to think of another Dolphin favorite right now on the team. Probably Waddle's becoming one of those. The two rookies are kind of becoming that. Maybe the Canes fan / Dolphin fan probably is loving himself a little Jalen Phillips. Oh, Myles Gaskin, I think, is a guy that, not that whether you're convinced, okay, because some people look at him, well, I like him, but he's a number 2 or whatever. That not about his talent, okay? But I think liking and respecting Myles Gaskin is there already. Definitely. There's no doubt in my mind that most Dolphins fans admire and respect Myles Gaskin. So, but when it comes to Van Ginkel, ooh, man, I haven't met anybody that doesn't like that dude. I gotta say. I think any guy would watch some tennis if she's a baddie. Oh, yeah, of course. By the way, congratulations to the Latin girl that's in Canada. What is it, Fernandez, I think it is? Is she Puerto Rican? I think it is. Is that what it is? Her family was there and everything. That was pretty cool, man. Good for her, making it to the semifinals. NorCal says, I break for booty. Who does not? I mean, it's the law. As Nino Brown would say, it's the law. Just 4 days till we stomp in that mud hole to the Patriots. There you go. Nothing tops Spanish weather reports, though. Hard to argue with that statement right there. There's some weather reports that you never want to end. Okay? Like you're like, sweetheart, can you move on to the weather in every country for the next couple of hours? Side angle, please. Oh, yeah, he does have a Jack Russell feel. Well, they all have some kind of plant in him. Right, exactly. Yeah, well, plant is plant. Hey, why don't I just do it now, right? Why don't I, since we are talking música, I might as well talk a little música and a little música news for you all. I am hearing that David Gilmour will be announcing dates here in the United States. And personally for me, look, I've seen Pink Floyd back in the day. Nowadays, that's the guy I want to see. I wouldn't see Roger Waters because he is a disgusting and despicable human being. And, now that I've found out over the years that he's an anti-Semite, he can go to hell. And I never want to even have anything to do with Roger Waters ever again. Okay, it's kind of like Mel Gibson. Like, I can't watch Mel Gibson movies because he makes me sick to my. And I'm not Jewish, but I am against anyone that is hateful towards any group of individuals. You know what I mean? Because that's not who I am, and I am not going to support somebody like Michael Ray Richardson. After that whole thing, standing up, I can't support you, dude. I'm not. No, dude, I'm not doing that. Sorry, not doing it. And so, David Gilmour is the guy that I've been dying to see, not again, once. I haven't seen him in the couple times that he's been to the United States. So be prepared if you are a Pink Floyd fan and if you want to go see one of the greats of all time in David Gilmour, he is going to come to America. Now, he's not coming here. It's probably New York and Chicago and Toronto and Los Angeles. I don't know if Vegas will be part of it, but probably that. So I'm hearing that is in the works. I don't know when they'll announce it. Okay. The other one that I'm hearing, and it's not going to be a heartbreaker. Okay. Go get your black dog. Get ready to take the stairway to heaven. Yeah. 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 As Cheech would say, right? Led Zeppelin is coming back. Yeah. I heard Zepp is going to get together, no matter what you hear Plant say, because he is the biggest sourpuss when it comes to all of that. And it seems like it's dead in the water. I hear Zepp is actually going to make a comeback, and Jason Bonham will be on drums, actually. And I know that there was some Plant wasn't necessarily, reportedly enthralled completely with Jason, but apparently it's still going to happen where Jason will be the drummer for them. So be prepared, and be prepared also that they're not going to come here to South Florida. So if it's announced, when it's announced, if and when it's announced, not if, when it's announced, eventually when it's announced, just be prepared and remember where you heard it first on both of them. I'm just telling you, these birdies talk to me at times and they give me some information and I will pass it on to you. Rico's coach is telling me about Blackberry Smoke. I love Blackberry Smoke. I'm a Southern rock guy, so definitely I'm going to like that. Another great new band is South of Eden. That's what Raging Dolphin Maniac says. Let's see. Jamie says, Big O, just because you're on a no, I need to be on a diet. It doesn't mean you cannot look at the menu. Okay, I see what you're saying. If you're married, you can still look at the menu. There you go. I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, what are you gonna do? Not look? No, that doesn't. No. Don't cover my eyes doing swordfish. Okay. When Holly's holding a gun at you, in her, birthday suit. Don't be covering my eyes. What are you going to do? Bradley Maddox says, saw great white and white snake several times. Crocus, too. Whoa, yeah. Eat the rich, don't you know? Laugh is a bitch. I love Crocus. Love Crocus. Devin says, Big O, were you a Nirvana fan? You don't have good taste in music if you're not a Nirvana fan, dude. Love Nirvana. Got everything of Nirvana. Monster Nirvana fan. Let's see. DT says DJ Ivy sucks. So did Scaife too. Scaife almost got people killed. If DJ Scaife is going to play in a game for the University of Miami, I suggest that De'Aaron King takes out life insurance. Not medical insurance, life insurance. Greta Van Fleet is a band I finally started listening to. Safari song blew my mind when I heard it. Now I'm hooked. They're good, man. They're good. Big O national media has Dolphins starting 0-2. I got them 1-1. Well, screw the national media. They'll be 1-0 this week. Screw the national media. Tua will kick ass. Screw the national media. The Dolphins will be in the playoffs. Screw the national media. The Dolphins are here to stay now. They're back to being one of the better teams in the league. So they're going to have to get used to it, and they're going to have to then learn that they made an enormous mistake. That's all. That's it, bro. That's your answer right there. Alan C. says, I saw McCartney at the AAA and the Police at the Hard Rock. Best concerts of my life. Nice. I saw the Police at the Orange Bowl, I remember, the Synchronicity Tour. That was one of the times I saw them twice, years back, of course. Long time ago. Big O, can I get a blind-ass fan alert for my New England friends currently watching your show? They are new. They think the Patriots will blow out the Fins.
Blind-ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind-ass fan coming through.
The Pats are going to suffer at the hands of the Miami Dolphins. Just like in year one, at the end of the season, when they were all going, we got the bye week all wrapped up. And then Flo said, no. So he walked over. He did his best Dikembe Mutombo imitation, and he put them out into the misery. He sent them into the wild card round. And Flo is the one that ended the Patriot dynasty. And Flo is the one that will continue the Patriots having a nightmare. They're going to hate that man when it's all said and done. They're going to hate Bill Belichick for allowing him to leave. They're going to say, how did you allow that man to take over for the Dolphins? And now he's kicking our ass every year. That's what's going to happen. Bank on it, Derek. So tell your Patriot friends that the real missile is coming your way, okay? Not those other missiles that you were trying to expose against reporters years ago. If you're too young, you have no idea what the hell I just talked about. Big O, good morning. Fins winning 24-13 of the Pats. Let's go. Paul in Connecticut. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you. There's more talented rock bands than metal bands. That's actually that's a legitimate point, dude. Yeah. No, you know what? Now that I'm doing some registering in my mind about rock bands, you are correct. Yes. Yes, definitely. I'm with you. He goes, Texas Hippie Coalition is sick. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They are fantastic. Ragin says Monster Truck, Thunder Mother, and the Main Squeeze too. I don't know any of those. Those are bands. Those sound like monster trucks, or some kind of a sexual reference that you want to make for to impress a woman or something. I have no idea. Big O, do you like Theocracy? especially the early albums were pretty good. I have no idea what that is, Jamie. I have no idea. I would have to look it up. I've never heard of them. Metal talent is rather stale as metalhead that hurts. Stay listening to Maiden and Priest. Yes, that I would agree always. Redhead Kane says, if you guys had to pick a loss for the Dolphins, would you rather lose to the Bills or the Patriots? Bills, of course. Bills. Because, again, you're supposed to lose to the Bills. You got a legitimate shot to beat the Patriots. The Bills are the better team. The Bills should win the division. The Bills should be challenging for the Super Bowl. It should be Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship game. We got to get, I mean, listen, I'm a Dolphins fan, but I'm not going to be, I'm not going to sit here and
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
That's what the blind ass fan is. He's unrealistic. She's unrealistic. They have an unrealistic point of view of life on what's going to happen. And this would be one of them. Now, I would love to see the Dolphins beat the Bills. I would love to see the Dolphins win the division. But the reality is the Bills should win the division. The Bills should beat the Dolphins. The Bills are better than the Dolphins. The Bills are more established. They've got the better team right now. I'm not saying that about the Patriots. I'm not. They don't have the GOAT anymore. They got to prove to me now that they can actually get back there. It's not like Belichick's been making playoffs without the GOAT. In fact, he's never made the playoffs. The 2 seasons he's been without the GOAT, he hasn't made the playoffs. And the problem is they live off of the 1 year that Castle had, and it was 11 wins, but that team was freaking loaded. And it was already a championship caliber team. So Castle, all he had to do was facilitate, and he did the best he could that year. And that's why, Randy Moss and Brewski and all the boys were able to get to where they were in getting 11 wins, but they still didn't win the division. So for me, I'm not going to be a blind ass fan and tell you, oh, no, they're going to beat the Bills and lose to the Patriots. The realistic opportunity is they can win this Sunday, but realistically, they probably should lose in week 2. If they win in week 2, I mean, it's probably something we didn't expect. You and I and all the rest of the Dolphin Nation are going to go absolutely nuts because we really didn't expect 2-0. Look, the blind ass fan thinks that they're going to go 2-0, but the blind ass fan is the same person that thinks they're going to win 12 games every year. 5 years ago, he'll tell you 12 games. 8 years ago, he'll tell you 12 games. 15 years ago, he'll tell you 12 games. That woman or man never changes. They're just complete homers, and they've got the pom-poms on, and they're unrealistic, and they convince themselves like the nutbags that actually thought the University of Miami could beat Alabama, that kind of stuff. But realistically, no, man, I want them to beat the Patriots, and I'm probably expecting a loss against the Bills. It's probably what should happen. Unfortunately, sucks. Oh, we got a Flo press conference. All right, let's see if we can find a Flo press conference now. I'm a little late because it's been going on. My bad. I did not see that, and it's probably going to end. I saw Derek put it up, so I let's go get it. Let's see if we can. I don't see it here. When's the Flo press conference? Oh, here it is. Here it is.
With, fundamental.
Let's get the Flo press conference going. Okay, let's hear from the Flowster as the head coach is addressing the Meteors right now.
Maybe it's fair to say that Collins is a little bit under the radar entering training camp. What are you seeing from him in terms of leadership and why he's worthy of being the team captain this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably under the radar from your vantage point, but in our locker room, that's just something that no one else would know. He's brings energy on a daily basis. He works hard. It's important to him. He plays in a variety of positions. Plays in the kicking game. I think he does a lot of good things for our team. And yeah, I mean, his teammates selected him captain, and I think they did that for a reason.
How pronounced is the difference between week 1 scouting report versus a week 2 through week 17? Just because, I mean, there's educated guesswork every week, obviously, but particularly so in week 1. I would think. Is it a significant difference in what you show guys?
Yeah, I mean, in week 1, it's when you have the least amount of information. So, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is predicting, forecasting, based off of the preseason, based on what players have done in the past, what coaches have done in the past. But coaches change. We all go through different concepts, different themes throughout the offseason, offensively, defensively, in the kicking game. Implement a few new things. So I think at the end of the day, game 1 is about fundamentals, techniques, communication, tackling well, which is obviously part of a fundamental. Throwing, catching the ball, playing penalty free. I think those things, no matter what week, those are things that are kind of standard operating procedures you have to have. But week 1, from a scouting, plays, schematic, concept standpoint, yeah, you have the least amount of information, but then you really kind of rely on your rules, believe in your rules, follow your rules, and your fundamentals. And I think if you do that, really in any game, probably your best bet.
What would be your thoughts for Tua relative to using his voice to stress his input on not only the offensive concepts, but the weekly game plan?
Using his, you mean having? Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, that's there's always kind of discussion from the quarterback, in the quarterback room within the entire offense. We're running a route. This is here the depths. He's talking to the receivers. He's talking to the backs. He's talking to the O-line. As far as input on the game plan, yeah. I mean, there's definitely input from the quarterback room. But I think that input is also based on the players he's got around him. Hey, I talked to so and so, and he wants to run it like this. And I talked to this guy, and he thinks he's he can get open on this. So I don't know if it's specifically, I think it's Tua's input. I think it's Tua's relationships, which turn into a kind of a team input on what we would do offensively, if that makes sense.
Right. Is there a point this week where, like a cutoff point where you have to prepare for this game without Austin Jackson or Adam Shane, or is there still hope that either of those players can play?
Yeah, I mean, they're not here, so we're preparing as if they're not going to play. We'll go through the process. If we get them back, we get them back. But, as of right now, we're going through it as if they're not going to be there.
How do you balance going against a quarterback who's playing in his first NFL game, trying to confuse him with looks and make his mind go a million miles an hour versus just doing what you do defensively, knowing he's inexperienced and maybe mistakes you would try to force will maybe come naturally?
I mean, I like to think we're always trying to, disguise and create a situation where it's not easy for the quarterback. I like to think that. So, I think that's always part of the game plan. That player has the ball in his hands on every snap. So, if you can disrupt that player, then you have a good chance of creating disruptive plays. So, I think we're always trying to, have an effect on the quarterback. Rookie, veteran. I think that's where it starts. I would say just at least from a pass game standpoint. But there's they got a very good run game. I think let's not. I think we're little bit of, Mac Jones. He's a good player. But they got a lot of good players on that offense and defense and kicking game. So I think for us, we're playing the Patriots. They got a good offensive line. They got good tight ends. They got good receivers. And, I think there's a lot to handle there. And if we just put our emphasis on affecting the quarterback, then they'll probably get us somewhere else. So there's a lot here.
Coach, there's a lot of talk from players making a big jump from year 2 to year 3. Where do you think your biggest jump has been now in your third season in charge here?
I just take this one day at a time. I don't really kind of look at it, where I was last year versus this year. Right now I'm just trying to, help our guys have success, help our guys improve, help our guys get better today. And, I don't think that way. I don't think about where I was a year ago from where I am now. I try to be present. And I think that's how I've kind of operated. I try to get our players to operate that way. And I think about next week or last week or last year, or just try to be in the moment.
Coach, you've obviously gone back to New England a few times now as head coach of the Dolphins, and obviously you're focused on the task at hand, which is the game and your opponent. But are there moments when you're there where you get a little bit more reflective, maybe even, dare I say, more motivated? Well, I don't know. I don't think I will dare say that because you're always motivated. But is there anything special that even after the game, before the game, that stands out when you're in New England on that other sideline?
This has happened twice, and one time there was no fans, so it was a very different atmosphere. And then the other one was 2 years ago, and again, I'm not a guy who kind of thinks to what happened 2 years ago. Look, I was there for a long time. I learned a lot there. There's a lot of obviously from Bill, and I'm very fortunate to have been there. I enjoyed my time there. And there's still some people there that I have good relationships with, and I have a great deal of respect for their coaching staff, the people in that organization. But when we go there, we're going there to compete, and there's no that's what it is. And I think I've said this before. They know that. Bill. Everyone, his staff is there to compete, and that's what I learned there, and I've taken that with me here, and it's kind of that's my approach. So there's no nostalgia. I know I used that word the other day, but just I'm going there to compete.
You noticed Jalen Phillips listed third team on the initial depth chart. What factors played into that decision?
I wouldn't look too deep into the depth chart. Jalen's worked really hard. We have so many different groupings. You can only put one group on the depth chart. So I want to say it's the base group. Actually, I think it's the nickel group. So a lot of groupings. We got nickel, we got dime, we got base, we got 9 DBs in the game. We got a lot of different groupings. So look, he's worked hard. I think we'll find a way to get him some snaps. But we're going to play the guys we feel give us the best chance to have success.
The best 5 on the offensive line. If Liam Eichenberg were to rise into that for week 1, your comfort level in playing him in a position where he has to practice all training camp, even though he does have college experience there.
Yeah, we're going to play the best 5. Obviously, part of that is making sure all 5 guys are comfortable playing the position that they're playing, and we have to feel comfortable with that the players are comfortable. So that's what we'll do. Liam's played a few different positions, and I think that's the case for a lot of guys on our line. Rob Hunt's played tackle, Jesse's played tackle and guard, left side, right side. Dieter's played guard. Rob Jones was a tackle in college. It's just we like the versatility, and that's why we have it for situations like this, where we could potentially be, down one guy, and that's the case, and the next guy's got to kind of step up, and I think we're comfortable with we'll be comfortable with whoever we put out there.
You've said many times that you can be present, like the answer you gave. You just focus on what's in front of you. Do you find that players generally have that same approach, or is that something you kind of have to sort of steer them toward?
I think we all naturally think about the past, think about the future. I think that's just kind of general human nature. Or that's been in conversations with people about this topic. That's what's in front of me. What happened.
But our guys generally focus on
stay present.
The week.
I think there's a discipline to trying to be in the moment. And I think that's something we talk about a lot. And I think in this game, if you're thinking about what happened on the previous play, that could affect you on the next play. So we want them to be in the moment, because good or bad, you got to focus on the next play. I just scored. I'm good. No, that's not how we want to operate. Or I just had a bad play. I'm no good. No, that's not how we want to operate. So I think that's not just a football lesson. It's really a life lesson. And if you can apply that to the other things in your life, in our lives, then I think we'd all be better for it. So just my thoughts. Not that they mean much.
Last question. Coach, what are your on-field expectations for Tua?
Good fundamentals, good technique, good communication, good decisions, and that he has fun playing his game, that he loves to play. I mean, that's part of this too. Nobody talks about that, but that's part of this too. And I love coaching football. I'm gonna be having fun on Sunday. So that's
me too.
I'm doing what I love to do, and hopefully you guys are all doing what you love to do, covering the team, and the players are doing what they love to do, playing the game. So that's what I would tell them to do. Thanks, guys.
There you go. That's the head coach of your Miami Dolphins, Brian Flores, addressing the Meteors. All right, and we thank Brian Flores, of course, and the Dolphins. Let me expand on something there that was said, and I want to talk to you guys about this because I think some Dolphin fans are a little nervous about this game, and I get it, man. There's this nervousness and excitement about the season. We can't wait for the season. We don't know what it holds for us. We're hoping for improvements. I want to lay the facts down and where I think and why I think they're going to win on Sunday. I think they're going to win because they're the better team. That's why I think they're going to win on Sunday. And, I saw some guy just text me on well, if we can't run the ball, what is it? If we can't run the ball, we're going to struggle. Line is poop still too. Well, the line hasn't been great the first 2 years either. Now, this is what I want you to remember. In the first year, they had no talent on the field, and they lost 43-0 in week 2 of the NFL season. By week 17, it was 27-24, and the Dolphins were playing better than the Patriots. And that's why they went to Foxborough, and they beat them with very little, no X. Remember that. No X. They were missing a ton of people that they traded away. They got rid of a whole bunch of people. They were young. They were inexperienced, all of that. But they got better as the year went on. And at the end of the year, they handed Tom Brady and Bill Belichick a devastating loss that ended everything, that Tom Brady eventually said, dude, I'm getting the F out of here. So while the Dolphins played a season that people were wanting them to tank, others thinking that they were tanking, when they weren't really tanking or anything. They were trying to win, and they ended up obviously going 5-4 at the back end of the season, and they played better than the Patriots at the end of the year, right? Kind of exposed them a little bit. So they got bounced in the wild card. It's over. They didn't make the playoffs last year. Remember that. Dolphins had a better record than the Patriots last year, right? I mean, he is the genius. Then last year, they had Cam Newton, and their run defense wasn't that good. So they end up losing 21-11 in week 1 of the NFL season. By week 15, the Dolphins were the better team, playing better football, and they win 22-12. Are you following me here on this? Are you understanding where I'm going? I think one team is going on this trajectory, and I think another team is like this. And I know there's a lot of shit talk out there. Oh, they got back a couple guys, and this Patriot team is going to be really good. I haven't seen anything yet to prove that. They weren't anything special with the GOAT 2 years ago. They certainly weren't anything special last year. And don't tell me that, okay, yeah, Hightower and Chung and these guys were out, but you also lost a GOAT. Dolphin defense has gotten better. Dolphin offense has gotten better. The team has gotten better. The coach knows that guy. I believe one franchise is building and getting better, and I believe another franchise is in the middle of panic mode trying to make up for all kinds of stuff. And they're living off of reputation. Remember what I tell a lot of you Dolphin fans out there, right? When some of you call me with this bitterness, or not call me, but text me or whatever with this bitter bullshit. Well, no, we always do this, and we always suck in this, and we always do that. And I always tell you, who's we? What are you talking about? You talking about the Wanstead years? You talk about the Cam Cameron years? You talk about Adam Gase years? You're talking about Tony Sperano years? What are you talking about, dude? That's not these people. Stop living in the past. Don't I tell you guys this? Because we got a lot of Dolphins that are so damaged from what's gone on for so long that they expect the other shoe to fall. And they think that this is bullshit that's going on right now. They're not believing the improvement. They're not believing that they actually have a really damn good coach. They're not believing that they've got a really good front office. And that's what I want to kind of paint the picture, that the Dolphin team is the team that's improving. I'm not sure that the Patriots are improving at all. They have to kind of show that they're improving, because the last 2 years, all I've watched is regression. And again, effing reputation is the only damn thing that is elevating these guys. Because I know what you've done the last 2 years. I've watched you against the Miami Dolphins. I've watched you against everybody else. And this is why I have confidence going into this game. Because, yeah, I understand that if we've got mental midgets on the sidelines, Cam Cameron, etc., and, you know, all these other idiots that you've had, and you're going up against Belichick, yeah, you're damn right I'm nervous about it. But not with Flo. He knows that dude. He beat him with nothing in week 1. So you're going to tell me that Flo got better in year 2 and then got better in year 3, and they're not going to win on Sunday? Get the hell out of here, dude. They got a great chance of winning. This isn't the big badass Patriots that intimidate people and that they've got the GOAT and all that stuff. That shit is gone, bro. That stuff is done. It's 2 years now. You were running out of gas 2 years ago. Your tank was empty last year. And what, all of a sudden now, you got a high-octane twin turbo and everything now, and all of a sudden, that's what I don't like about all of this. It's laziness, and we're just giving them, not we, some people out there are just giving them the respect that they haven't earned. I said that. This team hasn't earned anything, and yet they're giving it to them. Meanwhile, the Dolphins are the team that won 10 games, not the Patriots. The Dolphins are the team that's proven that they're playing better football at the end of the last 2 seasons than the Patriots. So before you start panicking and before your buddy or your friend or your family member, oh my God, the Dolphins, sit down, explain to them. Bro, look at what's gone on the last 2 years. Look what's developing here. And look what's developing over there. And what's developing over there is not putting any fear into anybody in the NFL. And the Patriots were lucky in week 1 last year that Miami's run defense wasn't any good at that moment, and they couldn't figure out Cam, and that's it. Cam's legs won that game, but you couldn't do it by the end of the year anymore, could you? And now there's no Cam. So now we're talking about a rookie that isn't really an athlete back there. He can move around. He's not Tom Brady, by the way. Some people make that, I'll give the kid. But still, it's still a rookie, and I think you can cause some problems. And last time I checked, we got a shutdown corner on this team. That guy's going to eliminate one of the players. And then the Dolphins have guys that can cover the tight end. I don't look at their running game and fear it to the point that they're going to dominate Miami, and that's how they'll control the game. And they don't have their best corner. So Miami has a much better and faster wide receiving core, maybe one of the fastest wide receiving cores in the NFL. You think that's not going to play into a factor with a team that is missing their best corner in the secondary? And again, this whole, Belichick will expose you and will hide his deficiencies, but expose yours and this and that. What's gone on the last 2 years? How come Belichick wasn't exposing people last year, dude? We're doing way too much on past reputations, and we're not doing enough about looking on what's going on right now, what's been developing the last 2 years. And one franchise is developing and climbing. The other one is on the mist of coming down from the mountain. So have a little more confidence going into this game. Feel a lot better about your Miami Dolphins. They deserve it. Hour number 4, 3.5. It's next.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchased with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We're back. Leon Fresco, thank you, sir. He started off this hour with a little love on the super chat. He says, see next message, can't fit here. So we go to Leon Fresco's next message. He says, Big O, who is a better GM? Theo Epstein, Jerry West, Ozzie Newsome, or the Taliban guy who traded for 4 leaders for our I'll take it on the serious note. Theo Epstein has to be the greatest GM in the history of mankind. Even though Jerry West won way more and Ozzie Newsome also did something pretty damn impressive, winning Super Bowls in completely different eras with completely different teams, which is impressive. But I got to give it to Theo because he gave 2 World Series to 2 teams that hadn't won one in over 100 years. He eliminated over 200 years of pain. That's enormous, bro. So, on a serious note, okay, there you go. All right. And by the way, all the stuff they got, it's not like they're going to take down anything. It's they didn't leave anything there that's, even though it's stupid on our part, but there's a lot of stupid things we do. What are you going to do? It is what it is. Biden isn't necessarily the brightest bulb in the chandelier, but hey, these are the candidates they give us, man. They give us an orange-headed dude. They give us an old fart, and then they give us a lying woman, and what's the other one they have out there? Bernie Sanders. I mean, give me a break, bro. Bernie, Hillary, Trump, and Biden. That's what we have to choose from right there. Real doozies. There's a reason why shit happens to us. Let's see, what else do we have? Ragin says, gotta run, starting class now. Go for it, baby. Get that done. Miami will win. Rookie QBs don't have a chance. Clarence Collins. AC Moore says, if we're a good defense like they are starting to call us, a rookie QB with weak wide receivers can't beat us. I don't believe he can beat us either. That's why I wanted to I wanted to shed some light on it because it's just, personally, I'm frustrated myself with a lot of the negativity that I see from Dolphin fans. Some Dolphin fans, I'm going to say Dolphin fans in general, and that's because they're not allowing themselves to enjoy this. It's another theme of mine throughout the last 2 years plus here since this thing took over. I've told you guys many, many times, man, forget the past. Enjoy this process. This is finally going to be fun. After all these years that they were telling us that they were rebuilding, or Jimmy telling us that we're going to be special, or any of the crap that's gone on over the years. The hype of Parcells, the hype of Saban, the hype of Ricky Williams. I get it, man. We all fell for all of this, right? And these guys don't come in with the same kind of hype because Chris Greer, for a lot of you out there, you think he's part of the problem, even though he never made any decisions on this team. But because he was in the background, oh, he must be part of the problem, which you're wrong. And then Coach Flo falls off a rotten tree like Belichick because all the coaches that fall off that tree are utter failures. So they go under the radar, and you kind of think, okay, the same crap is going to happen again. Meanwhile, it's been nothing like the same. And everything has gone awesome. I mean, it really could not go better. The only thing left is a title in the next year, 2 or 3 here. And then you're like, this is an incredible turnaround and an incredible win. And to change the culture immediately on this team, it would be amazing. That's why I tell you guys all the time, enjoy this, man. Enjoy it. Because the day that they do win it, finally, it's going to be more than about the years of suffering. And those of us that are old enough that we haven't seen another championship since the early 70s, all of a sudden now, yes, that's going to be awesome. But for the younger people, they're not, this is the process that never worked before, and it's working now. So enjoy it, man. Embrace it. Tremolio says Van Ginkel going to have 2 sacks, Agba 1, Baker 1, Mac Jones going to get killed. I mean, I don't want the kid killed, but I get what you're saying. I hope they do pound the crap out of him. That's for sure. Mac Jones is a bust. I mean, I don't know that yet. We got to give the kid an opportunity to play, but I just don't think he's going to beat the Dolphins. You know, a lot of the times he was in the preseason. That's another thing about Mac Jones that I don't think people really take into account. Let me do this again for you guys here. I am going to go once again to the well, and I'm going to show you something that I think people kind of overlook also, and I want to bring it up because again, it's kind of it's a thing, as they say. All right. So Patriots, and look, I know it's the preseason, so I get all of that, right? But let me go to week 1. They beat Washington 22-13, correct? And in week 1, let me show you Mac Jones. He was 13 of 19, efficient, 87 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions either, but no scores. So I get it. You're impressed. But he didn't put the ball in the end zone at all during that time. They beat Philadelphia 35-0, right? Mac Jones, 13 of 19 again, 146 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. So efficient, but you didn't score. I know. I get it. It's preseason. So it doesn't mean that much. I totally understand. They beat the Giants 22-20, right? Mac Jones, 10 of 14, 156 yards, and finally 1 touchdown. So in the 3 games he played, he threw for close to maybe almost over 400 yards, and he threw 1 touchdown. I'm just saying, I mean, if I'm going to be impressed, I'm not going to be impressed that you're moving the ball between the 20s. I've seen that with the Dolphins forever. That used to piss me all off, except for the late Tony Sperano. Rest in peace, sir. I know you're a nice man, but you drove me crazy celebrating field goals. Just another thing there. You know what I mean? There's all this praise and all that stuff, and I get it if he was throwing a touchdown or 2 in every game, but he threw 1 touchdown in the entire preseason. And yet there's all this praise like he's freaking amazing. We will see now. We will see if he's amazing. We will see if he can put up a lot of points. We'll soon find out, as they say. The national media is pumping Tannehill like he's the next GOAT. 70 yards on play. Well, as long as the beast runs, Tannehill will look all right. And once you stop the beast, they don't talk about anything else. They don't talk about the fact that in the last 2 years in the playoffs, once they stop the beast, Tannehill kills your offense. It's over. But, let's leave the facts out. I mean, why even bring up the facts? The facts just don't make any sense at all. I mean, why would the facts make any sense at all? You guys tell me. Right? Why would they make any sense? Anyway, if you want to get in, remember you can reach out to us on the Yahoo email, Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. That's Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. You can also reach out to us on Twitter at Big O Show. Of course, you've got the YouTube chat board. If you're watching on YouTube, use the email or the Twitter. If you're listening on the podcast, day, night, weekends, does not matter. And remember to contribute to the show. You want to donate to our show and help us grow as we are growing immensely. Please, Cash App or Venmo are the best ways. Yes, we have the super chat here, but remember, YouTube takes 30% of that donation. But on Cash App and Venmo, we get 100% of the donation. So send it in on Cash App or Venmo, and the address is Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. All one word, Cash Big O Show. Aaron W. Brito says, Big O, the Patriots will run the ball and play defense. The Dolphins need to stack the box and force the rookie to make plays. Amen. And you know that. I know that. Trust me, they know that. They're a lot smarter than you and I, so they will definitely figure that out. Two Extreme says, our practice squad QB threw for almost as much yards in one game as Max Jones did in all his preseason games. LOL, our Dolphins are going to chew the Patriots up. Rest of the league better be ready. I hope so. That would be nice. DDG says, if the Dolphins don't win this game, they don't deserve to be in the playoffs. Okay. Wow. Damn. I love how after one game, that's it. Let's just make ultimate declarations. That's it. You lose this game, why would you be in the playoffs? It's a game, bro. You can lose any game. Now, I think the Dolphins are going to win. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to go to the extreme that the season is over if you lose this game. It's not over. It'll suck. We'll be a little pissed off. We'll be frustrated with it, but it's definitely not actually doing that,
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'm not talking to you, bitch. Why does the watch do that all the time? All the time. I know it happens to you guys too, right? You're talking all of a sudden, and then your watch chimes in like, I didn't pick all of that up. I didn't ask you to type any of this. I'm not sending any of this. It's crazy. Alan Poppart will join us in this hour. He will join us in about 15 minutes to talk a little Miami Dolphins football. Once again, I talked about it earlier on the show, just in case if we have new folks listening. Thank you for subscribing to the YouTube channel. We got to 5,000 subscribers. Let's work our way to 10 now. And thank you for all of you that are downloading. We hit the 3 to 4 million mark was really quick. We're at 4 million downloads now. We've had over 900,000 downloads in the last 30 days. So it is flying. We hit the 4 million mark, and we are now making our way to 5 million now from here on out. Thank you all out there for the support. And don't forget to please smash the like button. It is very important to smash the like button. We need you to do that. That, of course, gets the algorithms going, and it shows up more on folks' YouTube pages when you hit that like button. It is awesome. Jamie says, Big O, context kills narratives. This is why the mainstream media does not use it. Well, it's also boring, too. Let's create more drama, and sensationalism. That's what gets us clicks. You know what I mean? So let's keep talking about a trade that's never going to happen with Deshaun Watson because he's got all these cases going and investigations. But no, there's talk in the last couple of weeks to try to trade for him. Get the hell out of here. And you got Drew Rosenhaus coming on Channel 7. No, I would not be surprised if it happens in 2 weeks. No, I would be, Drew. I know you have a law degree that apparently you're not using, and apparently you didn't really do a lot of studying in school. I don't know. Somebody take the test for you? Right? Because Drew Rosenhaus is running out of time. Okay? He's running out of time because he said that these cases could be resolved by the beginning of the season and they could trade him over here. Because, of course, in less than 2 weeks, they would have made a trade for Deshaun Watson and get him acclimated into the offense right away and all that. No, of course. People come up with some stupid-ass stuff, dude. And, yeah, whether it's the media or it's agents like that want to enter in the sensationalism, go for it. Wow. Brutal. But what are you going to do? What do we have here? Vince Spiegel released on injury along with Jalen Askew. Remember, we have no Will Fuller this week due to the suspension. And the you know what I do like about this also, and we talked, I kind of compared what's gone on the last 2 years and why you should feel better about this. The other thing that we really don't know, because some players will tell you that there's a similarity to the offense, and then some players will tell you it's completely different from last year. So you're going to get two different stories, and I think that's the way Flo planned it, pretty much. He wants to keep people guessing, but you have to imagine that these new coordinators are going to do some things different than what Chan Gailey did. There's no way that two guys that are now getting their opportunity and probably have had thoughts in their minds about doing this or doing that they're not going to implement and change things. So there is going to be a difference to this offense. It might be minimal. It might be half of the damn offense, or it could be a completely different offense. We really don't know until we get actually into the season now. And now that they're game planning and installing, they're going to see, we're going to see things that they never did in training camp. The writers never saw, none of that, because they don't do the whole playbook in front of you. They're doing basic things in front of you and in front of the preseason teams. But in the regular season, they're going to take out wrinkles that they don't use on a normal basis to keep you guessing and keep you off balance. So that is the one part also that I'm excited to see right now. And you have to understand this. Tua knows the offense now. Tua is now comfortable with his players. Tua is now confident in his abilities physically, not just mentally. So now Tua is going to be much more comfortable. And even if he had last year's offense, he would be much more dynamic because he can make changes at the line. He can make different calls at times. He can adjust to what the defense is doing because now he's understanding the coverages and the play that's being called. And he knows already in his mind, he's playing that play in his mind. Will this work or not? Let me check out of this. Tua is also a different player mentally and physically this year. So you're getting a better quarterback, not a more experienced quarterback. Yes, that's obvious because he played last year. It rolls over. But what wasn't there last year was a better athlete, a healthy athlete. And what wasn't there last year was a guy that had complete knowledge and grasp of the offense, which empowers your coordinator because now your coordinator can do more with your player. And last year, think about it, he won more than he lost with a limited playbook. He threw more touchdowns than interceptions with a limited playbook. But why am I going to tell you this? This is boring. Nobody wants to hear the positive stuff, the stuff that actually makes sense, the stuff that people don't point out. Why do they want to hear that? No, let's just make it sound like it's hell in a handbasket and he's got to go on the road and it's going to be incredibly difficult in a hostile crowd. And, he really struggled in this and struggled in that, but they don't talk about anything else. They don't talk about all the things that I just talked about now. And that's why I also love the Dolphins to win on Sunday, because it's a better franchise, because it's a better coaching staff than we've had here in 25 years since Don Shula. It's the best front office you've had here since Don Shula. It's a better quarterback than the guy you had last year, because now mentally he's loaded, physically he's in shape. And now also he's comfortable. It's a whole different ballgame, man. So we'll leave it at that. I will tell you that this is the beauty of not knowing what you're about to see. They will keep these guys guessing, and people will now see. They're already saying it in the preseason. Oh, well, hey, this Tua looks different. No shit. For how many months have I, since last year, right? Since the beginning of last year, of this year, I was telling you, wait till next year, and you're going to see that everybody's going to say, wow, Tua's stronger. Tua looks better. Tua looks more comfortable. And it's like, well, of course, dude. What did I also tell you 2 years ago on this show when Miami was redoing their team? And I told you, if this works, what is going to happen? You're going to have people mimicking what Miami has done to redo their team. Guess who's in the process of doing that? The Houston Texans. They just traded Roby now to the New Orleans Saints. They've been trading players to the Dolphins. Everybody else, they've been unloading and getting picks as much as possible. Why? Because they saw what the Dolphins are doing, and now they're trying to do the same thing. They're trying to clean the slate and then load up on picks. They've gotten rid of most of their bad contracts. They're probably going to get rid of the last big contract in Deshaun Watson and then kind of redo that whole team. And they're in the process of trying to get rid of as much as possible and gather as many picks as possible. Told you this would happen. Just like, and that hasn't happened yet, but the minority-filled front office and coaching staff, if that succeeds, then you're going to see more of it. Because nobody has ever done this. Nobody's had a minority at general manager, a minority at head coach, and the minority at quarterback. And if that works, that will be mimicked also. So they're already starting to try to rebuild the way Chris Greer did it, because nobody's done it that way. And you'll see the Texans probably this offseason will do a lot of house cleaning and trying to pick up whatever compensatory picks they can from whatever's left and then move on and try to and I'm sure they probably are trying to trade another player too by the trade deadline. If they can unload another running back, another receiver, another lineman, another defensive end or linebacker or whatever they can unload, they're going to do it. They don't care. They're building for the future now, and they're copying the Miami Dolphins. But I mean, why talk about that? Why talk about the Dolphins' success could be influencing others? Why talk about that? Doesn't make any sense, right? Let's see. Before the Ravens game, you got to have the reporter on that thinks Lamar is a QB, dude, gets triggered so easily. Yes, you're talking about Teron Davenport. That Teron and I have gone at it the last 2 years because I'm not a believer in Tannehill or Lamar Jackson as passers. I'm just not. These are guys that can't bail you out with their arms. They bail you out when the running game's working, and they have two different ways of depending on the running game because they're two different players. But yeah, we'll have fun with that down the line. There's no doubt. Not early in the season. It'll be later in the season when we do it. Tua matured as a person more than any other of the young QBs. I think Tua's already been matured, my brother. I don't think maturity's ever been an issue. It's his maturity in the league, knowing the game is what matters. He's not a guy that maturity was ever an issue for him. It's just knowledge. It's not maturity. It's knowledge of knowing the game and experience in playing. That's what he needs. And health, of course. But maturity has never been an issue for him. Tyler Herro is a guy that I want to see him mature this season. And you saw it on Inside the Paint, how they were showing you how Tyler's all bulked up and got the muscles. So that's the maturity that he's understanding that, hey, yo, man, they're ragdolling my ass on defense. I need to do better than that. And kids bringing a little toughness to the mix. Drew Boo says, boo-hoo. Tua, not the captain. Who gaff? Did he guide the team to a win and ball out? This is what I'm concerned about with the Samoan sniper. I don't know why, because he's not captain? That has nothing to do with it. I don't have a problem with that right now. Because the guys they picked, Jesse Davis, been there, done it, right? You're talking about a guy that is a veteran on the team, a guy that everybody looks up to. Mac Hollins, this is a guy on special teams that is an absolute freaking stud. So captain there. And Landon Roberts, veteran linebacker. These are all veteran players. Jason McCourty just got here, but a veteran player, right? And then you've got Clayton Fitzgerald. Again, another standout special teamer. I kind of get all of this. Well, they didn't make X or Byron Jones. I don't really have a problem with this. I don't. That doesn't. In the end, Tua will be the captain on the field every time he snaps the ball and he runs the offense. And if he is a custodian of the offense, if he's taking care of the football, and if he's making plays and scoring points, the captain's band to me means nothing whatsoever. He'll be the captain that counts the most, and that's called your quarterback. That he doesn't have to have a captain's band or a C on his jersey or any of that. If you're the man on the team, if you're the quarterback, they're going to lead anyway. They're going to follow anyways your lead. I'm not worried about that one. Let's see. Tua had the worst possible starting circumstances last year. Major injury recovery, COVID. Fitz over his shoulder, no preseason games. Come on, man. Well, why mess with the facts there, Hank? No reason to mess with the facts. Let's go with the BS and the sensationalism. That's better. Nobody is talking about the dual OCs having multiple ways at looking things. What is there to talk about? Jean, are you just tuning in, or I broke that down before anybody in town and explained it all to you guys. It's beautiful the way they set it up. The two guys make the call, but they're going to Charlie Fry. And Charlie Fry is the former NFL QB, played in the league, knows Tua well from his days going from high school to college. He can speak the quarterback language to him. He can see what's going on the field. He can communicate with him because he's been in the NFL, been in his position. I think it's actually a very well thought out plan the way they've done it. Now, if it would have been two guys talking to him, like I heard Keyshawn Johnson the other day on ESPN like 3 days ago, and I'm like, okay, well, if you don't know what the hell you're talking about, just shut up already. I don't know what they're doing in Miami. They got two coordinators talking to the QB. No, they don't, dude. Do your homework. It's Charlie Fry. So actually, considering you're experimenting with the two coordinators, I think Flo actually did an incredibly intelligent thing to add Charlie Fry here to then funnel it to one guy, and one guy's constantly communicating with the QB. There's no confusion. There's no nothing. The message gets sent and it gets done. If this is going to work, this is the way you do it. And Flo, I think, is giving himself a chance at making this work. So I have no problem with it at all. I commend him for trying to do something that's outside the box, and it's what he feels is better for his football team. And look, in the end, from day one till now, all they've done is get better. I got to give you the benefit of the doubt while you're doing that every time. All right, let's do this. Let's talk a little Miami Dolphins. The Sports Grill Miami Dolphins report with Alan Poppart is next.
Let's get ready to talk Dolphins football. It's the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poppart. With locations throughout South Florida. Check out our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Ryan Oaks Plaza. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Alan Poppart.
Oh, all right. Wait a minute. Is that a Montreal? It is a Montreal hat. Okay, I can barely see the lid. Okay, there we go.
Of course it is.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure because I thought you broke the streak or something and you were going to put on a Patriots hat or something and piss everybody off now on
Yeah, that would do the trick.
Yes, that would definitely do the trick. All right, so first of all, somebody brought up the whole captain thing that Tua didn't get called captain and he was concerned. To me, I didn't mind that. I understood what he was doing. There's a lot of veterans on that list. Plus, you're the stinking quarterback, dude. You go out there and ball, you'll be the leader anyways. You don't need a C or an armband or any of that kind of stuff that they do in sports. So talk to us a little bit about that. Any concerns there for you, for Tua, in that sense?
Well, there won't be any concern if he, like you said, if he balls out. None of this will matter. I think it speaks a little bit to the fact that, like it or not, there is some uncertainty around what's going to happen at the quarterback position in 2021 in terms of how well Tua can deliver. And to me, also an interesting is, and I think I've talked to you about this before, the whole narrative that's been thrown out there by some of my media colleagues all summer long, A, about how fantastic Tua has looked, and B, about what a great leader he's become, that a lot of that, quite frankly, was overblown. Now, and I have said all along, he looked clearly better than he did in training camp last year. Nobody will ever question that. But the narrative out there that he completely was lighting it up at practice, I'm sorry, that's just not a fact. And on the issue of leadership, and I have read many times where the term "this is Tua's team" being used. No, it's not Tua's team. It's Brian Flores' team and been from day one, and that's going to be for a while. That's clearly the coach's team. Let's not kid ourselves. And if you go up to a teammate who's standing at a podium with TV cameras on and you ask a question like this, what signs have you seen of Tua becoming a leader in his second season? What do we expect the players to say other than maybe provide an example and start gushing about his leadership, and then you collect enough of those, and all of a sudden you write stories, Tua's becoming this great leader. And I'm not saying he's not.
Well,
I'm just saying the narrative is created that's just not there.
Well, maybe what it should be phrased that is that Tua is showing leadership qualities. Now, obviously, you don't become that leader until you're proven on the field, and then that will change everything. Then you can become that leader and you can demand from people. But it is obvious that he is going out of his way to communicate, to try to reach his teammates and show leadership qualities. That is a fair statement, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's a starting quarterback. If he's not doing that, something's wrong. I mean, he's the unquestioned starting quarterback of this team. Again, if he's not taking charge of the offense, something is very wrong. I don't.
Well,
again, none of this will matter. Big O, none of this will matter.
But you covered Josh Rosen. So let's not.
Is that the standard? Is that the standard we're going to use?
I'm just saying it happens at times where a guy never shows it. Is all I'm saying. At least the kid is showing it. So I got to give the kid credit compared to we've watched what is a quarterback.
So he's better than Josh Rosen? That's the standard? Are you serious?
No, it's not a standard. All I'm saying is at least he's making the effort of establishing himself as a leader is all I'm saying. Saying
Sure.
we watch what is the opposite of that, and that's Josh Rosen is all I'm saying. That's it.
Look, he has done on every level. He has done everything that you've wanted him to do and has taken steps forward in every department from last summer to this summer. Do I find it troubling that he wasn't selected as a captain? A little bit. I mean, Joe Burrow was a team captain last year, and he's a team captain this year. Justin Herbert's a team captain, and for anybody who's going to throw out, well, don't compare. Well, there were quarterbacks in the same class.
But that's Cincinnati. Cincinnati, they have no leaders.
And the Chargers.
And they won nothing. They won nothing last year. They won no good
And what
game.
did the Dolphins win? The Dolphins went 10-6, but didn't make the playoffs and haven't made the playoffs in 5 years. We can't play that game. And again, let me emphasize that none of this will matter if Tua does his job and takes that big step that everybody is hoping he takes. But if you're asking me, is it a little troublesome that he wasn't selected as a team captain? A little bit. It's not the end of the world, and it won't mean anything in the grand scheme of things, because if he balls out, then you can bet that, it's very possible at some point Brian Flores is going to decide, I'm putting a C on that jersey, or we don't have that discussion next year.
Right, exactly. That's what I think. They would probably next year give it to him, and that way he just takes over the team. I think he's the kind of guy that makes you earn it, because, again, look at the list. Davis, Hollins, Roberts, McCourty, Fagellum. There's no young guys on the list. These are all guys that have been in the league for a few years now, and they have veteran qualities to them. Hollins might be the youngest guy, and he's still been in the league several years. So and you've been around this guy. He doesn't really give you anything. He makes all these young guys climb the ladder and earn it. So I'm kind of not surprised on this with the whole thing. And here's the other thing. I think we got to give also Brian Flores the benefit of the doubt here. This is his first time as a head coach, the first time he's developing his own quarterback and how to develop him, whether he's giving him the hard, the tough love of pulling you in a game where, hey, okay, I like you, but you're not helping me right now. Let me put the veteran in there. You know what I mean? Or this kind of thing, like, I want you to be the leader, but I want you to earn it. I'm not just going to give it to you like Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert, that I'm going to hand you, the team when you really haven't done anything to earn that. You know what I'm saying? So I think philosophically, Flores is so old school that he's kind of making these young people earn their keep and their stay.
Or, and this is not going to be very popular with a large segment of Dolphin fans, the Bengals have decided without question that Joe Burrow is a franchise quarterback, and the Chargers have decided without question that Justin Herbert is their franchise quarterback, and the Dolphins are not yet at that point with Tua.
Yeah, I'm not going with that one. I don't believe that. I just don't.
God. Okay.
I'm going with the track record that he doesn't hand young people anything. He makes them earn it. If Javon Holland was on that list of captains, then I would tell you, oh, dude, you're 1,000% right. If any young person, if Jakeem Grant was your special teams, well, no, actually, he's been in the league long enough. He's a veteran. I got to pick somebody else. If Jalen Phillips was a guy and it wasn't Tua, then yeah, I would be with you on that. But or Dieter or somebody, then okay. But
let's agree to disagree on that one. You do know that in 2019, Jerome Baker in his second season was a team captain, right?
You do know that. You do know that team had zero talent.
Yeah, but we're talking leadership now. We're not talking talent. And no, I'm not going to argue that point with you. I agree with you. But
87 people from the street on that team.
I agree. But you just said it wouldn't go with a young player. They had a portion of older players that they could have picked. I'm just not buying your premise that it's strictly an issue of being a young player. And by the way,
and in year one,
I was going to say that Brian Flores. Hold on, big O. I was going to say that Brian Flores made it a point to say in talking about Mac Hollins that the players elected the captains.
Oh yeah, and that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Kids got to earn the right. I got no problem with that, man. I really don't. All right, so Austin Jackson, you think we find out by tomorrow or Friday if he ends up with the back-to-back negative tests on the whole thing, because that's kind of what it looks like, right? He needs the 24 hours apart. So, and he only activated one guy. So I kind of get the feeling, even though they won't tell you, but I kind of get the feeling they're holding out hope that Austin is going to end up playing.
Yeah, but here's the question, though, is how many practices do you want to see Austin Jackson participate in before you play? And I understand he took part in all the training camp and all that, but to me, I don't recall many instances where a guy doesn't practice until Friday and actually plays in the game. And now, he wasn't out there at practice today. So my kind of school of thought is if we don't see him out there tomorrow, I would be very surprised to see him play against New England.
So what's your gut tell you now then? Who goes to left, Greg Little or Eichenberg? Because I don't think it's going to be Jesse Davis. To me, it makes no sense that now you're going to make two position changes. That's asinine. And then, you know, somebody brought up, well, maybe even Dieter that'll be two position changes again. Asinine. It's only one. So I would figure it's a little Eichenberg. What are you thinking right now?
It's pretty shocking right now. I'm totally in agreement with you. I don't know what to do now. Here's the thing is, yeah, I'm in trouble now. I don't know what to do. We're going to get the injury report later today. Both Eichenberg, Greg Little was out of practice on Monday. It was reported that it was an illness. He was back out there today. Brian Flores told us this morning that Eichenberg was going to be out there. He was asked what kind of participation status he would have, and Flores punted on the question, deferring to the injury report, which is going to come out late this afternoon, which was an interesting reply, and maybe leads me to believe that he's not going to be a full participant, in which case, considering that he's had something for a little bit now, my inclination would be that the most likely candidate at this point, and that's just me connecting the dots, would be Greg Little.
Okay. That makes sense. If Eichenberg is limited, you don't want to also, you know, put a guy out there like that. But you'll probably keep him activated just in case you need him in a pinch in the game. But yeah, Greg Little probably would make a lot of sense. And the good thing is the illness wasn't anything serious too, overall. What'd you think of the Holland McCourty decision there? Obviously voted as captain too. Is there a sharing there, or do you think McCourty will get most of the playing time? How are they going to I know they're not going to tell you, but so I got to go with your gut again on that one.
That's why my gut is big, because we go with it quite a bit. No, here's what I would tell you is I think Holland is too good of a talent to completely keep away from the field, but he's missed sometimes. McCourty has the experience. McCourty's going to start. I would expect at the very least for this first game against New England, and McCourty's going to get most of the snaps at that position. And I think Holland is going to gradually get more and more snaps on defense, maybe in dime situations. And then at some point this year, wouldn't surprise me if he took over, because I think the kid's got something.
Yeah, me too. I definitely like him a lot. Receiving wise, how healthy are they? Because you look at Jakeem Grant listed as a starter, and as much as I'm a Jakeem Grant supporter, I still think he's better as a part-time wide receiver. I think he's your full-time returner. I think he's the best returner you have on your team, and you better use him there. But I'd like to see less of him as a wide receiver. Will Albert Wilson play more, or is it something that is he still being limited by some kind of an injury?
Well, not that it's everything in terms of a telltale sign, but there was no wide receiver wearing a red jersey at practice, which is a no contact minor injury indicator. So there was none of that, and everybody was out there. So it looks like they're all full go. I would be surprised if Jakeem Grant got a full dose of snaps at wide receiver against New England. I would be very surprised. The only reason he's first on the depth chart is because Will Fuller's not on there right now, because he's on the suspended list. Will Fuller's going to be your first team wide receiver, along with Jalen Waddle and Devontae Parker, as everybody should have expected. And then those three guys will get the bulk of the playing time, with some Preston Williams and some Albert Wilson thrown in there.
All right, so walk me through this. First year, they lose badly to the Patriots. By the end of the year, the Dolphins go to Foxborough and beat New England. So they looks like they were playing better football at that moment because they went 5-4 to finish and knocked New England out, forced them to the wild card round. Then the following year, the Patriots don't win as many games as the Dolphins. They win that first game because they can run the ball with Cam. The second game, they lose. So both times the Dolphins are playing better football by the end of the year. Now it's year 3 of Flores. We've gone through 2 years of watching the Patriots on a downturn. They've got a rookie quarterback. They've got a team that couldn't even go 500 last year. Miami has got a quarterback that should be way more comfortable than he was last year with the offense because he actually knows it now. He's healthier now. The Dolphins should be better now because they've got more talent, more experience. Can I ask you why it is that people are giving the Patriots all the respect in the world, and they're talking about Mac Jones like he's the second coming, when I see the Dolphins ascending as a franchise, and what I see is the Patriots descending as a franchise? Is this all about the history of Bill Belichick, and is that what they're living off of? Because they're even they're even saying that he looks like Brady and Mac Jones. I mean, it just kind of gets ridiculous in my book when I'm watching one team get better and the other one, I'm not impressed with what they've done the last couple of years. You tell me.
Well, dude, they faded down the stretch in 2019 in large part because they let their wide receiver core get stupidly bad. And then last year, I don't know how much I'd put into last year as signaling a decline of the Patriots because they got killed by opt-outs. That's number one. It was the first year post-Brady. Cam Newton got off to a decent start, was playing really well, then got sidelined by COVID and came back and wasn't the same guy by the end of the year. His arm was shot. Now they're back this year. They've reloaded. That offensive line is going to be top 3 in the NFL. Okay, they got running backs galore to the point where they could trade Sony Michel, a former 4th-round pick, without even thinking about it. And then on defense, they beefed up, especially at linebacker. That front seven took a nasty hit last year, and then this year they brought back Kyle Van Noy. Whatever you want to say about him in his 1 year in Miami, he's a good, solid player. They got Matt Judon from the Baltimore Ravens, who's a very, very good player. They got Dante Hightower, who is back from opting out last year, who probably should have been the MVP when the Patriots won their last Super Bowl against the Rams, who's a tremendous player. And they beefed up a little bit on the offensive line because their run defense was so bad last year, which is what we saw in December in Miami when the Dolphins rushed for 250 yards. So combine all those factors and, of course, the history of Bill Belichick and the Patriots' success over the last 20 years. That's why they're getting so much respect. They're being given the benefit of the doubt in a lot of areas, whereas the Dolphins, because of their lack of track record, are not being given maybe that same kind of benefit of the doubt.
But the recent track record is they won 10 games. And that's the thing.
I'm talking about long term. And well, the problem is Big O. Look around. I mean, I've been like scouring national predictions and all that, and everybody's picking their 7 playoff teams in the AFC, and everybody's making record predictions. And there's not much of there's a lot of belief that the Dolphins are not making the playoffs and they're not going to match their 10 wins of last year. Wow. And there's this school of thought. That's don't kill the messenger. I'm just telling you what's out there. I know, there's school of thought. No, but there's a school of thought.
I read your article where you have the predictions from all the different outlets. Yeah,
and the power rankings, their highest is 11. So I think there's a major show it to us again before we actually buy in, because we've seen this before, the Dolphins of having that one good year jump, 2008, 2016, and then it went back south again. And then last year, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, they were 10-6. A lot of things fell right, and they also capitalized on a ton of takeaways, and that's not always transferable from one year to the next. So that's why.
But you're earning
what?
those. You're earning those takeaways. That's not falling into place. That you're one of the least penalized.
I'm not just
teams.
talking about the turnovers. I'm not talking about just about the turnovers falling into place. They got a soft schedule at the end in certain ways. They got to play Cincinnati, which was god awful. They got the Jets twice. They got Jacksonville, which was god awful. And they got New England at the time of the year when they weren't nearly as good as they were, let's say, a few weeks before. That's what I'm talking about in terms of things falling right.
So we don't respect the Dolphins. They're not a playoff team, but they're good enough to say they can beat shitty teams, and that they're easy games for them. I don't understand.
That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is
credit to be a playoff team, and they're not that good because of their past. We can't then turn around and say they had an easy schedule, dude. You can't do that because the idea is any game is competitive for them. Any game is tough for them. The way the national media is making it look, the way you're saying it now, you're having your cake and you're eating it too at the same time here by saying that.
I'm not. I'm talking about last year. I'm talking about last year, projecting it to this year, and I'm just telling you that a lot of the feeling, and that's what I have also. I am going to completely buy into Tua because let's be honest, it's the biggest key to the season, along with the offensive line, and I'm going to buy into it when I actually see it. Certainly not from what I saw in training camp in the preseason. I'm not saying it's not out there. I'm just saying I need to see it first. And I see a lot of teams in the AFC, which to me are a lot more sure things than the Dolphins because of that uncertainty.
By the way, are you in an effing hailstorm or something, bro? What the hell's going on? You got like nickels hitting a car or something? What the hell's going on here, dude? Damn, that's
no, they had to. They actually had to move practice inside because it started pouring, and I was going to stand outside here in the heat and brave the heat, and then it started raining, and now it's coming down pretty good.
Yeah, dude, that sounds like okay. Now, my problem with all of this is the thing. What people aren't looking at is from 0-7, they're 15-10, and there's a consistency with what's gone on with the Dolphins, which they have not done in 20 years. Because if they get to the playoffs this year, that's 3 consecutive years of improving. And that's where I think people are overlooking the Dolphins. They're not looking at what happened after 0-7 to finish the season, and then the following season after that. Dude, it's been an impressive run for them right now. And to me, I'm glad. I'm glad that a lot of people are underestimating them because, I've done my share of thinking how bad they were in the past, and they were always bad. I really feel that this is going to turn into a really good team. I really do, man. I think this is a playoff.
Here's the thing I would tell you also, and this is both good and bad in terms of the lack of respect. I think there's a lot of perception as well that Brian Flores is such a good coach, and he's a very, very good coach. That he, in 2019, first of all, to get 5 wins out of that roster in 2019 was crazy. And then that last year, he again maxed out the talent on his roster to get to 10 wins. And I think that's part of the reason why there's that doubt, because how much can he squeeze out of the roster, which I don't know that it gets a whole lot of respect nationally. And if you want to gauge it just by the NFL Network top of 100, Dolphins have one guy on there, which basically tells you X. That was the only one. No Emmanuel Ogbah, no Jerome Baker, no Gesicki, not one other player, which basically tells you. And then if you looked at the Pro Bowl, one Dolphin player. It took the Riders to get Jason Sanders on the All-Pro team. So that basically tells you, I think, that the perception nationally is that the Dolphins' talent base isn't on par with the AFC contenders, and that there's only so much Brian Flores can do with his coaching.
Yeah, and again, I would also not agree with that because some of these guys, like Jerome Baker, kind of had a breakout year last year. You've got to do it a second and third year, and that's when you start getting into the Pro Bowl. You know what I mean? So I think certain guys, Javon Holland just started, but there's a guy that maybe has Pro Bowl potential, down the line for you. Jalen Waddle just got drafted. Here's a guy that hopefully down the line will have Pro Bowl ability for it. Van Ginkel is a guy that nobody knows about around the league. Only Dolphins fans know about it. And he had a pretty damn good year last year. If he takes it to another step next year, he's working his way to that area. Agba, it's only 1 year of 9 sacks. But if you go out this year and you get 10, 12 sacks, all of a sudden now people are looking at the guy going, hey, this guy's got 20 sacks in 2 years. He can now start getting mentioned in those areas. I also think that they're overlooking the fact that this is what the 11th youngest team in the league. They were second youngest last year or something like that. And really, there's not much of a difference in that first half there. It's a very young team right now, so it's hard to label a whole bunch of these guys Pro Bowlers. Maybe down the line, several of these guys will develop into Pro Bowlers, and people then respect this team a little bit more. I don't know. That's just me.
But but it needs to happen. You actually kind of proved my point that, and people want to see that there's a lot of potential there, but okay, let's see it play out.
Right.
And I think that the offensive line issues don't help either in terms of the perception, because that's a major issue. You don't win without a good offensive line.
Yeah, and by the way, Jakeem Grant deserves to be in the Pro Bowl. He's a great return.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
They screwed up there in their voting. I mean, how do you not put JK in there? Jakeem needs to be in there, bro. You got to get that man in there. All right, offensive line. How confident are you going into this game? Because to me, that's the key right now. If that line plays pretty decent, I don't need them to dominate, but if they're decent and they allow Tua some freedom, I think they can win this game. Is it down to those 5 guys in your eyes too on Sunday?
It's part of it. I think it might come down to who protects the ball better. I'm looking at this game and I see no way it's not a 13-10 game. I have a lot of respect for both defenses, what they're going to be able to do. And I think the Dolphins, even if the offensive line plays well, are going to have problems moving the ball. What they can do is they have to give Tua some protection at some point, and obviously block for the running game as well. How confident am I? I haven't seen anything all summer to give me a whole lot of confidence. Hey, let's put it this way. If they play decent on Sunday, I'll be happy.
Are you predicting them to win?
Don't know yet.
Oh, you haven't done that article.
I haven't done that yet.
All right, that's all right. We'll get you on Sunday. So Sunday you can give us your prediction before the game, and you had already written the article. That article is coming out when? Friday, I would take it?
Saturday I do why the Dolphins will win, why the Dolphins will lose, and what's actually going to happen. And I want to preface it also by saying I can't win with those, because if I pick the Dolphins to lose, I alienate Dolphin fans. And if I pick them to win and then I happen to be right in thinking that they were going to lose, but wanted to please the fans, then I'm wrong in my prediction. So predictions are bad business for journalists.
No, trust me, dude. I've lived as the hater for many years because of Sperano and Philbin and Gase and all that stuff. I was the hater. And now I'm the homer.
Yes, you have. You made a 180.
What can I tell you? Like, I don't believe in the guys we had. I believe in these guys, so I'm the homer now. What can I tell you, man? It is what it is. One more thing. When you look at Tua's game, what do you need from him in order for them to win? What are the numbers? What kind of game does he have to play in your eyes?
I'm thinking quick decisions more than anything else, because I think the longer he holds on to the ball, the more problematic it becomes. In terms of numbers, well, first off, I'm going to start by saying Dolphins are now rushing for 250 yards like they did in December. So I'm going to guess, give me 250, give me a touchdown or two and no picks.
Okay. All right. Does Mac Jones throw more than one touchdown? Because that's all he threw in the preseason.
I wouldn't think so, because like I said, I'm expecting a 13-10 game. So I don't see big numbers for either quarterback.
Okay. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Poppart NFL. And more importantly, if you're a Dolphin fan, you better subscribe over there with him and follow everything on Sports Illustrated. He does a great job. He will join us on Sunday live from Sports Grill in Miami Lakes, so you can get some of his coverage on Sunday as we get you ready for Dolphins and Patriots. Alan, as always, my brother, stay dry, stay safe. And I don't know if you have a steel umbrella, but it sounds like you need that because those raindrops look frozen, bro. They sound frozen.
Yeah, I need to head back to the media workroom, and thank goodness I have an umbrella here because it is pouring here at the Baptist Health Training Complex.
Well, we love you for the dedication, my brother. You be safe. Thank you for taking some time.
Thanks, Big O. Talk to you Sunday.
You got it. There you go. The great Alan Poop. A little Sports Grill Miami Dolphins report.
This has been the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Alan Poppart, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast and never miss a report. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Visit Sports Grill and our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Ryan Oaks Plaza.
There we go. Thank you to Alan. Always great work by Alan. Great job by him. Always appreciate him taking some time here on the program. That's how it goes. I'm the homer now. I was the hater for many years because I didn't really believe in the Dolphins. Now I am the homer. That's the way it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's the way it is. By the way, did you guys see what Terrell Owens? Terrell, that we've had these celebrity boxing matches now, right? That's the thing. Not that it's something new. Celebrity boxing matches have been around forever, but it wasn't a thing. Now it's kind of become a thing, right? Because boxing obviously has hit so many lows now, and it's barely even a sport now. Not even. I love boxing, but most people just do not care whatsoever about boxing. So Terrell Owens was asked about boxing and who he would want to fight. And so he said he would like to fight Donovan McNabb. I don't know if any of you saw this, but he was on Club Shay Shay. And if you don't know about Club Shay Shay, we'll give you a little taste of what Club Shay Shay is. And let's give you a little taste of Terrell Owens, too, in the here we go.
Who would you want to fight? I said Donovan McNabb. and I'm dead serious. I'll knock him out. Because there'd be so much. So much. I would go in there. I know I'll be controlled. It'll be controlled anger. I'll be like a Navy SEAL. I'll be a Navy SEAL because they cool come under all conditions. But there will be a fire burning inside of me.
So you literally try to knock the man out.
Clean, I knock chunky soup from me. From 2004. Trust me. If you had to fight who would you want to fight? I said Donovan McNabb. and I'm dead serious. I'll knock him out.
And listen, we all know that there is beef between the two, right? I don't know if it would be I don't think McNabb keeps in the kind of shape because that's one thing I know about Terrell Owens. You know about Terrell Owens. We all know about Terrell Owens. The dude is a freak. Like, is there any doubt in your mind that Terrell Owens can run a 4.5 right now? I don't know about a 4.4 because it's a lot to ask, but I bet you he's in the kind of shape that can run a 4.5 right now. Right? Because, I mean, you see Terrell Owens, he's always in impeccable condition. And I give him credit, too, because as much of a jerk as he's been at times with different teams and all of that, and when he's talking about controlled anger, I believe that coming from him because that dude never got in any trouble. It was never any kind of police stuff or anything like that. Terrell's been a terrific citizen of the world. He's probably a crappy football teammate. That's probably a guy I don't want on my team. But that is one fight that he would definitely be motivated against. And knowing McNabb, it doesn't look like he stays in the kind of shape. And not that I want to make light of it, but he's had a little bit of a drinky-winky problem. And so I don't know if he still has a drinky-winky problem. If he does, he stands no shot at beating Terrell Owens because Terrell is going to come in great shape. So he'll be able to last a couple of rounds, whereas I think Donovan McNabb may fall to the canvas. If he doesn't get knocked out, he'll be knocked out from, just being worn out, period. When does Omar come on? Chris Adams, you are new to the show. Omar is Mondays and Fridays. Alan Poupar is now Wednesdays and Sundays. Joe Shad is Thursdays and Sundays. Ira Winderman is Tuesdays and Fridays. Manny Navarro is Tuesdays and Fridays. Inside the Paint is Wednesdays, 10 to 11. You got that? I'm sure you're remembering all of that. There you go. But that's how it goes, Chris. And I would tell Chris Adams, just like Sid and anybody else that is listening, Big O Show on Twitter will have everything. Everything gets posted there. Interviews get posted there. We tell you who's coming up at times, all that stuff. So there you go. Let's see. Who wouldn't watch that fight? LOL. I bet Donovan is in on it. I disagree with you, Alexander. I don't think Donovan would want to fight, one, because I think he would be afraid of getting embarrassed, and especially losing to Terrell Owens, because then he would have to hear about it. Although he is hearing now that Terrell is saying he would kick his ass and knock the chunky soup out of him from 2004. So I don't know how Donovan McNabb would react to that. Jonathan Featherland says, I haven't seen one on TV in a while. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Raphael Courtite says, thanks, Big O and Mr. Poopart. MTV cartoon fight thing. Remember? Eddie Lepp says, man, that laugh in Echo is spooky. Oh, because it was echoing. I'm sorry if it was echoing. Apologies. Shannon's laugh is annoying. But it's a good show. He gets guys on and they'll talk a little bit more because they know him, so they'll open up a little bit more. Man, reverb or echo, I think it's cause we're having the audio going to Orlando's mic. Oh, okay. I did not realize that. Sorry about that. I'm not new. I just remember Omar was on Wednesdays. Omar was never on Wednesdays, sir. Omar's always Mondays and Fridays. Now, maybe one day we moved it or something. I don't even remember if we did him on a Wednesday. But it's always Mondays and Fridays. Always. That's how it always is, sir. So I'm not sure what you heard. But thank you for tuning in. Jeff Sweet says, that's my QB. That's my quarterback. But he was talking about, at that time, he wasn't talking McNabb. That's when he was in Dallas. Okay? He was talking about Tony Romo when he was saying that's my quarterback. But I do love the line by you, Jeff, saying that. That is funny. Let's see. Big O, what are your thoughts on Evander Holyfield getting back in the ring at 58 for the fight against Vitor Belfort? Dude, I think it's an effing joke. Evander Holyfield already talks like he's punch drunk. So he's going to go into the ring to get punched more. And Vito's going to want to, Vito's not going into that ring just for fun. Yeah, he's going in for some cash, but he's going in to take out a boxer. I think I don't want to see, I'm not going to watch it. If that's a follow-up question, by the way. I don't watch any of this stuff. I watch the Jake Paul stuff because I was able to run into it on social media. Somebody was running it on their Twitter feed, dude. That was awesome. I don't know how Twitter didn't catch it. That's it. But I would not pay for any of those fights. I don't want to see Oscar De La Hoya fight. I don't want to see George Foreman ever fight again. I don't want to see any of these old farts fight at all, ever. Evander Holyfield, are you kidding? I don't want to see Mike Tyson fight. And the only reason we watch Mike Tyson, it's because we think he's half crazy or fully crazy, however you want to look at it. And you just don't know what the hell's going to happen in the ring. So the train wreck effect of it makes you want to watch Tyson. But it's not because you think you're going to see this great fight or something like that. I mean, Tyson was out of gas at the end of his career. So why would I think he's going to do anything now? It's just, no. I want nothing to do with all of that. NorCal says B-Flow has best odds in Vegas to win NFL Coach of the Year, but Vegas says 9.5 wins. How's that make sense? I just kind of laughed at one team lives on reputation, and the other team, I guess, according to Allen, and he's probably right, is being penalized because of reputation. And that's a reputation that Chris Greer and Flo have not earned. That's the sad part. KD Toucan says B-Flow would definitely come into the top 4 coaches. Royal Rumble, Dan Campbell would probably win it, LOL. You saw the female kid that got killed in the ring, right? I did not see. A woman got killed in the ring? Did she really? I have no idea about that, sir. That is news to me that a woman got killed in the ring. I don't know anything about it. Let's see. Karen S says X's and Omar is a Sun Sentinel type show on Wednesdays on YouTube. That's right. He's probably, yeah, that's a good one, Karen. He's probably mixing that one up with ours, because Omar's not on our show on Wednesdays ever. It's always Mondays and Fridays, and maybe, just maybe, I moved it to a Tuesday. Just maybe. I don't know. Let's see. She's only 18. Very sad. She got killed boxing Mexican teen. I have not seen it. I have to check it out. I did not know anything about that. Let's see. How about if I Google it and see? Yep, here it is. Mexican teen boxer dies in ring. Okay. All right. You guys. All right. Now what the hell is this? All right, this is some fool talking. I don't want to see that. I will look it up and see if I can find something. And see if I can find it. Brutal KO, Mexican boxer dies. Here it is. The world of boxing is mourning an 18-year-old Mexican boxer, Jeanette Zacarias Zapata, passed away 5 days after suffering a knockout blow during her fight with Marie-Pierre Oulet on Saturday. The teenager had to be rushed to the hospital after she was caught by a left uppercut and a right hook, leaving her unconscious in the ring. After she went into convulsions, she was placed into a medically induced coma. However, there was terribly sad news as the boxer passed away on Thursday, 5 days after the fight. It is with great sadness and torment that we learn from a representative of her family that Jeanette Zacarias Zapata has passed away this afternoon at 3:45. Von Michael revealed in a statement. He is the fight promoter. Wow. That's just sad, dude. That is terribly sad. And they have a video that I can share with you guys here, I think. And this is the video of the boxer and the moment, I guess, where she gets knocked out. Here it is. You have it there. This is it here. taking several shots. And they stopped it, too. So she didn't even fall to the ground. And they stopped it. So obviously she was already hurting. What a shame. So there you go. Wow. It's boxing, man. Listen, I've lived long enough. Was it Kim? Oh man, somebody help me out with somebody old. Help me out with Boom Boom Mancini. What was the name of the fighter? Oh, damn it, I forgot the man that died in the ring. God, I forgot now. Kim, something like Kim Poo or Kim Duck Poo or I'm trying to remember the man's name that died in the ring with Boom Boom now. Somebody will just Google it. It'll come up and they'll tell you. Dooku Kim. That's it. Dooku Kim. Thank you, Troy. Way to go, sir. I remember back in the day when that happened. And in fact, Mancini was at that fight. At that fight with what's it called? The MMA boxer and the YouTuber. Those guys. Yeah, he was actually there because when they introduced a bunch of fighters, I remember seeing Boom Boom Mancini there. Yeah. Dooku Kim. I remember that. Her arms shake violently. Well, I guess I didn't stay with the video, but that's, I don't, wow. What a shame. I had no idea about that. It's just one of those terrible risks that you take when you step into the ring. Le'Veon Bell ends up signing with the Baltimore Ravens. Now, Le'Veon Bell it's interesting because we're talking about a guy that, okay, you get booted out of Pittsburgh, right? They ship you out. I mean, to get shipped out of Pittsburgh is tough. It's a great franchise. They're about winning. I mean, any of you Pittsburgh fans out there, man, you've enjoyed a 40-plus year run that's just absolutely sweet, man. All the different championships, the different teams, all kinds of really good teams over the years. You're spoiled as hell as a Steelers fan from the 70s on. The Steelers are just the creme de la creme of football, right? And the Rooney family obviously is royalty in this league. And here's a guy that screws it up with the Rooney family. I wish I could tell you a story about Le'Veon Bell and the Steelers because there's a lot of people that really don't know why he's no longer a Steeler. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that a second. 99.999999% of the people on the planet have no idea why Le'Veon Bell is no longer a Steeler. I am one of the few that knows, can't share it, but I can tell you anything that's out there is all wrong. That's all I can tell you. Just want you to know that, okay? Anything that people have talked about, it's all wrong. He's not there for something completely non-football related. How about that? Okay? Had nothing to do with anything in the locker room, had nothing to do with anything on the field, non-football related. That's all I can tell you. So you screw it up there. Okay? And I'm an enormous Le'Veon Bell fan coming out of Michigan State. Big, and this guy turned into exactly what we thought he would be. He was a special player. And you think about it, that 1 year he held out and missed out on that salary, never made that salary again, and ruined his career. And then he goes and finally gets a shot with the Chiefs and Andy Reid. And Andy Reid doesn't like the dude so much that doesn't even use him in the Super Bowl. Inactive, doesn't care. And obviously he's taking his shots at Andy Reid. Now he's signing with the Baltimore Ravens. And you could tell that he has lost so much juice. And the Ravens are signing him only because they desperately need a running back because they've lost like 5 running backs already at this point. So they need somebody. And they got to get another back in there because Lamar Jackson, I'm not wishing it, but I'm just telling you, if he has to carry the ball more this year, then you're just eventually, that injury is going to come at one point or another. Running quarterbacks do not stay healthy in this league forever. They break your ass down. If you want to be Ben Roethlisberger and you want to keep scrambling back there, they're going to put your ass in your place, and they've done it to him. If you're Cam Newton, you're big, you're tough, all of that, the good Lord gave you the body of Adonis, they still break your ass down. You could be Tim Tebow, thick as a 40-inch concrete wall. And he ended up the season with the Jets with a punctured lung and ribs because they broke him in half. They will do that to every running quarterback. Every one of them will end up like that normally. And it's going to happen. That's why they better get running backs. Because if that kid can't live off his arm, which he can't, he's got to live off his legs, and you don't have backs, you're going to need him a lot more. Plus, remember, Gus Edwards does not catch passes. So they need another back that is more multiple because Gus is not great as a receiver. Le'Veon can help you in that area. But this guy has been such an idiot and has basically ruined his career. And now he gets another chance with another terrific. I mean, dude, you've been able to play for the Steelers, the Chiefs, and now the Ravens. I mean, how much more lucky can you get, bro? And can you at least figure it out? How about acting like a professional this time around? How about stop acting like an idiot? I mean, this is the moron that sleeps with 2 skanks and then says, skanks, you stay here while I go work out. And then the skanks clean out his house. And they stole everything. What'd you think was going to happen? I saw that and it was like, man, you have done everything to piss away your career. And now you get another opportunity. Let's see how you end up handling this one. Amazing. All right, what else do we have here that I saw overall that I wanted? I saw, man. I'm in the middle of trying to hold back a ton of coughing. I saw where Todd McShay, and I think most of us saw it the other night on ESPN. It was in the Alabama game, right? I think it was. And Todd comes out on the sidelines, and his face was bloated. And I've known Todd for probably 20 years now. I've known Todd since before he even joined an NFL team because he did a little work with the Broncos back in the day. Before he went to ESPN, I've known Todd for a long, long time. I've had him on my show several times over the years. And I get to always talk to him, whether it's East, West, or the Senior Bowl. We always run into each other. And I've known him a long time. Really, really good dude, bro. I mean, phenomenal dude, okay? I know him well, and he's good people. And I saw that video, and immediately I knew that there was something wrong. And remember, he had COVID, and then he had something else, and I don't know what happened. I'm not sure. I'm not delving into his private life, but who knows if this were an effects from COVID, because as we know, COVID has affected all kinds of people on a long-term basis, affecting their walking, affecting their taste, affecting their lives, affecting their breathing permanently. Okay, COVID has done serious damage to certain people, and it's affected them where it's long-term effects, things that they're afraid that they'll never recover from. Okay, and I'm not saying that that's what went on with Todd, but when I saw that he is taking time away, I said, thank the Lord. Because it didn't seem like the other night he should have been working when I saw him. It was like right away you saw him, and it was like, Wait a minute, man. That face is like mine is blown up because I've gained like 40 pounds in the pandemic time. So it's not a sickness, although I can make myself sick if I don't lose this damn weight. But anyway, so that's different. You could tell that it was something that wasn't, just gaining weight like I have, that kind of stuff. And so I just want to say my thoughts and prayers to Todd. I hope he gets through this, and I hope I get to see him next year if we're blessed enough to have the East West and the Senior Bowl. I hope to see him again and shake hands with him and BS a little bit with him on the sidelines as we watch a little football. He's a really, really good person, man. I'm hoping for the best. Speaking of wives, Nico says Deshaun Watson's is unbelievably hot. Why was that guy messing in cheap Asian places? What an idiot. Well, first of all, you're mixing up the owner of the Patriots, who was at the Asian Day Spa. This kid, Deshaun Watson, was just meeting strange women off of IG for massages or sex. Whatever. Completely two different things. It wasn't an Asian Day Spa for him, Nico. That was the old man. Both stupid, but it was the old man that was stupid doing the Asian Day Spa thing. Let's see. My wife wishes I was as thick as a 40-inch concrete wall like Tim Tebow, too. I think most of us wish we had Tim Tebow's body. I mean, even our wives would be attracted to us if we had Tim Tebow's body. So there you go. Anyone who's infatuated with any one of these politicians is short-sighted. How can you really trust any of them? I'm with you, bro. But I don't care about Democrats or Republicans. I'm different. You know what I mean? I vote for Reagan like I voted for Obama. So I'm a different cat, man. I don't care about the party. I'm going to vote for what I think is, I'm not even going to call it the best candidate. It's what I'm settling for out of the two, basically, because that's what I feel like I'm doing every 4 years. I'm not voting for a great candidate. I'm just kind of settling for, I don't know, what I think is the edge out of the two. You know what I'm saying? So that's different. I always love when I get in those conversations with a hardcore like Republican or Democrat, and then they're talking about my stance, right? And I say, well, wait a minute, dude, I'm not on either side. I vote for both sides. And then I always go to that Democrat. I go, well, tell me the Republican you voted for. And then I go to the Republican. Well, tell me the Democrat you voted for. I go, okay, I got you. You're party zombies. You don't really think for yourselves. You just vote for the candidate of your party. That's it. You're a party zombie. Yeah, I'm not. Why? Because the Democrats don't know what the hell they're doing, and neither do the Republicans. So why am I going to act like either side knows what the hell they're doing? Every deficit goes up, right? It's not like anybody does anything good. Clinton was the only one that kept the deficit even in his tenure, which is unheard of, even that. But he did all kinds of other bad stuff. So it's like, but that's fine. Whatever, man. I laugh when a Democrat or a Republican is standing up there going crazy, thinking that their party has got it right, which is like a joke. You know what I mean? But whatever. It's funny. It's hilarious. GP Trap says, I'm a different cat also, Big O, same way. Yeah, I mean, it's not like you can be proud of either party, right? Right? Isn't it a Democrat that runs Portland or Oregon? That place is a disaster. Seattle, California. And then you look at what's gone on in Texas, and you look at Florida, and you look at Rand Paul, and it's like, it's both sides, dude. Both sides have got a bunch of idiots. What are you going to do, man? Doesn't matter. You're too real for this world, Big O. God bless you. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you, sir. It's just we get screwed. Republicans, Democrats, we're all the ones. Doesn't matter who we vote in. Everybody we vote in screws us. All of us, Americans, human beings. Okay? Every color, every nationality, every size, every sex, every sexual orientation. We're getting screwed by each one that we vote in. Nobody's better off. After 4 years are done, we're not better off. Okay? Those are the facts. If Democrats don't want to believe that or Republicans don't want to believe that, I don't give a shit. But if you want to act like your candidate is something special, man, please give me a break, dude. Wake up. Yeah, look, when you tell me that your party's really good and got a great candidate, this is what I'll say to you.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
Highest inflation since 2008. It'll happen, bro. It's when you get one side, they tax the hell out of it. You get the other side, they worry about a one tax bracket. It is what it is, bro. What are you gonna do? So you either play inflation now, or the last guy we had raises hate in this country. Just whatever, bro. Either way, and the deficit. It's beautiful because Bush was terrible, Jr. with the deficit. Then Obama kicks his ass by doubling the mistakes in his tenure. And then obviously Trump crushes what Obama's done. And then this guy will crush what Trump's done. Like I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. But if you want to keep thinking Bush Jr., Obama, Trump, or Biden is the answer, you can go ahead and stay lost. You go ahead. You go ahead. And I keep thinking that those guys actually know what the hell they're doing, and they're doing what's best for all of us. Steven says, correct, both sides are trash. Well, apparently I'm getting some of the objective people to chime in. I'm sure there's some of you Democrats and Republicans that are a little frustrated. They're sitting there going, oh my God, he's taking a shot at my guy. Why is he trashing Obama? Why is he trashing Trump? In my opinion, he was the last great president, sir. I don't have one. I don't have one. I voted for Reagan as my first president that I voted for. I don't think I've voted for a great president. I'm sorry. I kind of like Reagan, and then he became the Reagan that I voted for was a disaster because it was the second. I was too young for the 80. I voted 84. That's when I was able to vote, and that was a disaster. And I kind of liked his personality and all that, and some moxie, but overall the Reaganomics and everything, who am I going to tell you is great? Bush Senior, not Bush Jr. Bush Jr. was a joke. I didn't vote for Bush Jr. on the second go around. I voted for him the first. I wasn't going to make the mistake the second go around. Senior, I voted for both times. I like Senior, but he screwed up on the no new taxes thing. But overall, maybe I might go Bush Senior might be the best president I voted for. Maybe, but not great. Not great. I don't think I've ever voted for a great president. I love Obama as the human being, but economically, he was a disaster, bro. Disaster. And what he inherited was so low that obviously it was going to go up anyway, but the deficit, he killed us with the deficit. He made Bush Jr. look like a joke. I don't know. I don't think I've voted for a great president. I don't think it exists. I'm sorry. Sorry for you Democrats. I'm sorry for you Republicans out there, but I can't tell you that, man. I can't tell you that I have voted for a great president. I don't think Clinton's a great president. I voted for him. I don't think Obama was. I like the person. I do like the person a lot. But, the economic side of it, I don't know. So I can't. I don't think I have a great president. Sorry. Maybe somebody that's 70 or 80 or 90. maybe somebody in the past, but I would disagree with anybody from 84 on. There's been a great president. I don't think there's been one at all. So, Nixon was actually really good. George Washington, although William Henry Harrison was only president for a little over a month, so he didn't have time to do anything wrong. A couple of you like Nixon. Hillary Clinton, yeah, boy. Can you imagine? How can the Democrats give you Hillary Clinton? Huh? That's freaking amazing. Here, let's give you this lying scum. Why don't you vote for her? Like, how'd you guys think you're? She's so bad, she lost to Trump. And she got more votes than Trump. But she lost the electoral votes, right? But, I mean, that's how bad she is. She lost to Trump. Think about that. They gave us Hillary and Trump to pick from. God. It's a beautiful thing. Although rich people are going, hey, that Trump guy's good for me. Certain tax brackets were happy about Trump. Oh, man. It's freaking awesome. Pedro for president. Who's Pedro? Pedro Martinez? What Pedro are we talking about? Lincoln was an unpopular president during his time. His popular polls went high after Sherman's march to the sea. What kind of a poll did they have in the Lincoln era? Huh? Really, think about it. There's no internet. There's no TV. There's no nothing, right? I mean, what did you have going on in the Lincoln era? What kind of a poll could you possibly have in those days? Think about that. Vote for John Cena. LOL. Yeah. How about, think about this. We have like Gates being voted in Calabasas, right? It is. Tito Ortiz was voted in as a councilman, I think he was. Like, who in their right minds would vote in Tito Ortiz? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Who in their right minds would put Jesse the Body Ventura in office? This is our country, dude. This is what we do. This Marjorie Greene scum. Like, how do you put that scum in office? This is what we put in office. We're so irresponsible, it's not even funny. We can't even come up with a candidate that everybody could actually get behind. That's what I would love to see. Somebody that everybody could get behind. Never happened. Snoop for president for obvious reasons while we're at it. I got to tell you, I would enjoy Snoop. Snoop would be fun. Snoop, at least with Snoop, I would have some fun. Not with the other crap that we've, voted in for decades now. So what can I tell you? Oh, Lordy. What else do I want to talk about? Speaking of crap and things that you shouldn't be doing, did you guys see what's going on with Clint Portis? Clint Portis is going to jail, dude. Yeah, he is headed to the slammer. He will be a jailbird. He will try to avoid being somebody's bitch in jail. Clint Portis is pled guilty now to defrauding the NFL pension. I think it is. Or the NFL, I'll tell you right now how it goes. But he is facing up to 10 years behind bars. It says Clint Portis could be going to jail for a long time now. He agreed to plead guilty to fraud charges last week. And according to documents, TMZ reports that the NFL star cut a deal with prosecutors on Friday and pled guilty to one count of conspiracy to commit health care fraud. As a result, per the docs, the 40-year-old Portis now faces a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison, as well as heavy fines. Portis has been hit with multiple charges by federal prosecutors in 2019 after prosecutors say he and several other ex-NFL players developed a a scheme to get cash from Gene Upshaw's NFL player plan. Gene Upshaw is the equivalent to all the presidents that we have voted in. Okay? Just want you to know. Like, that's like, you know, same thing. Anyway, prosecutors say Portis and other former players made up fake claims and submitted them to the plan, which was initially designed to help retired players pay for medical bills. Prosecutors allege Portis and players made huge coin after the plans reimbursed them. Investigators say some of the fraudulent claims the players were reimbursed for included pricey hyperbaric oxygen chambers, damn it, and ultrasound machines. Plus, he went to trial over the allegations last week, but jurors could not reach a verdict. The case has been set for retrial before Portis ultimately reaches his deal with prosecutors. Portis' sentencing hearing is slated for January. Now, this is where I tell you, kids or athletes, learn another craft. If you're going to be stupid with your money and you're going to blow all your money, and then you've got to design schemes in order to make money, why not try to do something legal, young man? And the fact that you're defrauding your own guys, and that money could be used for people who are actually sick and actually need the medical help. And here you are defrauding it and stealing money. I personally, I have no sympathy for stupidity. Obviously, I have no sympathy for a criminal. But for Clinton Portis, who, by the way, was always a really nice guy, but obvious and still could be a nice guy, but he's clearly an idiot. And this is how you're going to piss away your reputation and who you are and everything that you've earned. You're a guy that came back from a horrific knee injury to have a Hall of Fame-like career. You got a shot at making money doing other things, and this is how you spend your time. Coming up with schemes on how to defraud the people you work with. I don't know who the other NFL players are, but I have no problem with all of them serving some serious jail time. Pretty pathetic on Clinton Portis' part to do something like that, man. By the way, did you guys catch Paul Pierce? Talk about Paul Pierce got busted for, I think he was smoking some weed, right? No, he was just taking shots. I don't think he was smoking any of the blunt that was in the scene or whatever, but he had the strippers and all that other stuff going on, remember? And so ESPN was having none of that after that video, so they got rid of him, right? So Paul Pierce obviously has now made a couple of news stories like he's getting into weed growing, which there's nothing wrong with that. That's a very good business to get into, considering that it's going to be legal in this, probably in every state except Utah when it's all said and done. Which, by the way, those of you that live in Utah and you like weed, are you moving out or what? Are you planning to move out by now? Because all the other states around you are going to, don't be buying it and then crossing the border to Utah. That's not a smart move there. Anyway, so Paul was showing his lack of class, and he was in a poker table, playing the game, and there was a waitress there servicing them. And so Paul Pierce went out of his way to act like an asshole and be a disgusting pig, of course. And I'm sure she felt that way. And a lot of you women will be cringing a little bit after you watch this video and you watch Paul Pierce.
My chest. Hey, where you stay at? Like what city? Oh, okay. That's expensive, you know. You got high rent. It's a high red district, baby. You know what I'm saying? You need some support. What? Baby, you need some support. You know what I'm saying? You need somebody to take some pressure off of you, baby. Baby, I'm saying you need some support, some moral or oral support. Which one? My chest.
Some moral or oral support. And you watch, she's like, I'm good, and she's just walking away. Can I just give some guys some tips out there, just so you'll know? Like 99.999% of women, they don't want guys to be openly disgusting like that. That's not attractive to them normally. Another thing is penis pics. It's not something that women really desire for you to send them. That's not really the way you hit on them. That's not really how you pick up women. I don't know. Listen, I'm married, so I don't have to worry about these kind of things. But just watching it from afar, I've kind of picked up on that over the years. Okay? I mean, the days that I was single, there was no such thing as a penis pic anyway. But nowadays, it is something. And I know Brett Favre likes to use that style of trying to pick up women. But I just want to, tell you guys out there, give you some tips that being absolutely disgusting is really not a turn on for women. And telling a woman that maybe does she need oral support in front of everybody and cameras, which now it goes viral, it's not something that is sexy to women. And there's probably some women watching now, because we do have ladies that watch the show. They can be the witnesses for you. They can tell you there are certain things that guys do, and they're not really attracted to it. Okay? Just to give you that heads up there, all right? I just want to make sure you guys know a little bit about that, just in case. Okay? You know how many things I have to talk about, and I'm already like way over on the show now? Like way over. Did you see that Tupac's BMW, where he got killed, is up for auction? Did you guys see that? So the BMW that Tupac was killed in is going up for auction. So if you're a big Tupac fan, you may want this. Although I got to tell you something. I personally, if I was this filthy, because you got to be filthy rich, right? This is something that you've got to be so disgustingly rich that you want to buy something like this, which I don't know if this makes any sense. But if Tupac's, now the bullet holes and all that was fixed on the BMW, just in case you're asking if you're interested in it. But I don't know if it was my favorite singer, actor, football player, baseball player, whatever. I don't know if I want the vehicle he was killed in. So Shakur's murder car can be yours. Now it won't be cheap. And they say that it'll start around $2 million, they think, is what this thing will go for. The 96 BMW 750IL, the same one Pac was riding in with Suge Knight 25 years ago, today in Las Vegas. The rapper was shot on, yesterday, the 7th. Today's the 8th. September 7th, 1996, and eventually died in a hospital from his injuries. The bullet holes from that fateful night have been repaired, and the word is it's been restored to its original condition. Now, the price, a whopping $1.7 million. So, yeah, it's definitely for the die-hard Tupac fan. And I got to tell you something. I don't know if I want that. That's kind of weird, man. What are you going to drive it around? Are you going to keep it in your garage? Are you going to put it like in a living room somewhere? And then people are going to say like, well, that's the car that Tupac got killed in. And then here's the other thing. If if you own that car, is there any chance there's a fanatical person that's pissed off that you bought that car and you're kind of, I don't know, immortalizing his death with it or promoting it or whatever it is? Because people are crazy, man, in this world. I don't know if I would want the BMW that Tupac was killed in. Big O, do you know that the 9 Inch Nails recorded their Broken EP in the house that Shannon Tate was murdered in? I did not know that. That's crazy. Big O, I bought crypto before Trump got in office. No president effects. That's only Congress can. I don't know what that means, my brother. But if you bought it before Trump got in, then you're making some money because you got a lot of cheap prices. So congratulations to you, sir. That's strong on your part. No excuses with alcohol. A man should know his limits with his drinking. Maybe he should quit drinking and stop being a fool. I don't think that's possible with Paul Pierce. I think it's automatic that Paul Pierce is a moron. I don't think there's any way he can avoid not being an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Little Nas shoes had blood in his shoes and it sold out. Eric, actually, if you want to have the facts, okay, in all of this, just so you'll know, they put the kibosh on those shoes. They never really got to sell the shoes. So that was the plan, but it never really happened, actually. So there you go. I'm pretty sure that that's how it ended up happening, that they really didn't sell the blood shoes. I think that's how it went. Oh, is it considered harassment if a man tells a female coworker she's looking good today? In today's world, yes. In today's world, you can no longer tell a woman she's looking good. You're looking fine. You're looking good. You're looking hot. You have nice eyes. You can no longer compliment women anymore. Okay? Now, 85% of those compliments were by individuals that are trying to hit on you, and they're just using that as an initial line. Very few men actually said, hey, you look very nice today, and they didn't really mean it in a sexual way. That's the problem, too. We're pigs, bro. Just it is what it is. Men are what they are. Can't do anything about that. But in today's world, again, I'm from a different world. I would not compliment women at all. No. You might be able to get away with it, and I'm going to have to now use the Hispanic card here. You might be able to get away with it if you're Latin and she's Latin and you know each other really, really well, and Latin people have a way of talking to each other and complimenting each other, and they don't take it in that sense. Now, I don't know if younger Latin women are like that. Older Latin women are different. Younger Latin women, dude, they might be millennials and Generation Zs, and yeah, you don't want to compliment those people. You say, oh, hey, your hair looks nice. They're calling HR on you, and basically, he just told me he wanted to bang me in the middle of the hallway. No, I just said her hair looked nice. And, so you got to watch out. I just wouldn't do it, bro. I would never, ever compliment a woman anymore in today's world. Congratulations to Drake. He started from the bottom. Now he's in the top, and they're taking over for Monday Night Football, teaming up with ESPN to curate music for the upcoming season. The announcement, the network saying the sixth god or G God, I guess, will be in charge of the 10 games throughout the 21-22 campaign. ESPN says Drake will feature his newest songs and possibly some classics. And while he has more than enough tracks to fill the demand, he'll also feature some other artists worthy of getting exposure. Of course, this isn't the first collab between Drake and ESPN. He hacked into SportsCenter last month to share the release date of his newest album, Certified Lover Boy, which is doing record-breaking numbers in its first week. Somehow, I'm thinking Megan Thee Stallion will be somewhere in that season. Just saying. Okay? Your snuffleupagus eyelashes look beautiful. That's awesome. Kanye must be pissed that he's not in the well, maybe they mix well, Kanye's crazy ass. Can you imagine having to deal with him all season long? I mean, Drake at least looks like a normal human being. Like he acts like a normal human being. You know what I'm saying? He's got like a normal human being's personality. Right? I don't know much about Drake personally or anything like that, but I will say from the interviews I've seen in the over the last couple of years, he looks like a likable dude, man. Now I don't know what he's done in the past or anything. If he has any other track record or anything, I'm not a Drake guy, but I can only tell you from the periphery. He looks likable. I'm not even into his music or anything, but he looks like a likable dude. Maybe he's a jerk. I don't know. Some of you can fill me in on that. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe he's super cool or whatever, but he looks likable to me, man. Kanye looks like the kind of guy that eventually you're going to get pissed off and you want to knock him out. That's just kind of that's what I see in Kanye. I see a dude that eventually, I'm not putting up with too much shit from this guy. And then I'm just going to knock his ass out. That's kind of the way I feel about Kanye. That's just me. Jay Balia says, Drake is a good human. Just keep him away from your girl. Well, I mean, rich, good looking, successful. Yeah, you probably want to keep any of those kind of guys away from your girl. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. He's got the combo, man. He's a good-looking dude, clean cut, successful as hell. I could see the women lining up left and right, married and single, for him. So, yeah, I can pick up. I don't know anything about what you're talking about, but I understand. As Chris Rock would say, but I understand. Big O, Greer, and Flo have not earned the respect because they are black. Shh. Don't tell anybody. This is why they need to show more and earn it. For those of you that don't know the inside joke, I did a segment where I kind of, they're black, that kind of stuff. Because I was having fun and making light a little bit of, because, sometimes people don't know the obvious, that it took Chris Greer 400 years to finally get the opportunity he got because he's black. Because obviously if Chris Greer was white, and he was hanging out in the Dolphin organization the same amount of time, he probably would have been elevated a lot longer, a while ago is the way I should have phrased it. That's kind of, for those of you that were lost in it, it's somewhere in there. That was a couple weeks ago when I did that one. So it's still there. You should interview Kanye. Well, first of all, there's no shot I could ever interview Kanye because there's no way he's going to come on my show. Why would he come on my show anyways? Because I'm not really music like, well, I love music, but not like a music power show that he, Rolling Stone or some crap like that he needs to come on. So I doubt it, but it would be fun. I would tell him, how in the hell did you run into that stop sign? That's all. Yeah, there's a couple things I would ask him. Drake, nice guy. He's just a bandwagon fan. Oh, yeah, I do know that about him because he shows up at different teams because he's a Toronto guy, but he's been in other teams. Hell, yeah. I've seen that. Yes, that's right. That's right. But that doesn't make you a bad person, right? Listen, again, I don't know anything about Drake. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm speaking from complete ignorance. All I can tell you is, from what I see, likable dude. That's it. That's all I know. But I could be wrong, which I usually am. What can I tell you? All right, you know what? We are going to wrap it up here on the show. We thank all of you out there. I got plenty of stories for tomorrow that we can add to the show. We thank Sean Stanley, executive producer of this show, getting it done. As always, Bill Preston also producing this program and helping us out in a big-time way. We thank all of you out there, as always, for giving us the love and supporting us here on the show. It means the world, man. It really does. We thank you for it. As always, we will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Be good.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.